This is our league, and this is your league. From the 55-yard line on CFL America Radio and the Sports History Network.
The CBC and its affiliated stations bring you the CTV network production of the Grey Cup Game, 1962.
Pleasure to work on the 1962 Grey Cup game with the great Winnipeg Blue Bombers and the Great Eastern champions, the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And joining us on the vast network today is my partner, Pierre Prou, who will call the play-by-play for the French network. Pierre?
Merci, John, et bonjour tout le monde, qu'il me soit permis de vous souhaiter la plus cordiale bienvenue à cette classique annuelle de la Coupe Grey 1962, cet après-midi à Toronto entre les Tiger Cats de Hamilton et les Blue Bombers de Winnipeg.
Hagberg went down to catch a pass, and he didn't cut. He just ran straight out and ran downfield, and he seemed to be favoring his injured ankle. I believe it was the left ankle. So perhaps this will be a very key situation, and Roger Hagberg, who is the Bomber bread and butter man. The Hamilton Tiger Cats, as far as is known, are completely intact. There they are working out. To your broadcast right and our end zone camera.
Brad, I think a lot of people are curious right now as to the numbers game that has been going on. That is, first of all, the number of people who have called for the weather forecast, and secondly, the number shuffling job that Coach Bud Grant of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers has been doing. And as you see them work in the background, if there are some numbers during the game that are not entirely familiar to you as the game progresses, don't be alarmed. It's simply that because of the injuries that Bud Grant is doing some juggling. For example, he will be going with Frank Rigney, will be wearing number 71. That is to qualify him as a pass receiver and an offensive end. Farrell Funston will be wearing number 10, and we can only suspect that they will be using Farrell Funston as a pass receiving halfback, and therefore he must wear a number under 40 in order to play in that backfield. And this has caused a lot of talk this week. And I might point out that while your picture there now is clear, with the Hamilton Tiger Cats, I got to say, unfortunately, that fog is starting to come in a little bit, and this is the thing that the weatherman said would happen. We didn't think it would. I can see out onto Lake Ontario, and it looks fairly clear out there, but while it has been hazy, it is getting just a little bit heavier, and I'm not quite as optimistic as I once was, Brad.
Well, I think this will dispel any comments of the fact that Vancouver will have that unique distinction in Canada of being the foggiest city around this time of the year. It was, you couldn't see across the field this morning or yesterday or the day before. As far as the temperatures are concerned, they're tremendous. The field is dry. This morning, as we said, you couldn't see across the field. It lifted at about 10 o'clock this morning. And now it is, as John mentioned, getting a bit hazy out there. And what would the procedure be, John, if the fog should close in once the game got going?
Well, Sid Holler explained on the pregame show that they will go as long as they can to try to complete the game. If it gets so bad, they'll have to stop and just hope that it gets better. And if it becomes impossible, then, of course, they just have to call it and try to play it another day. If you look at the crowd out there, the actual capacity for the Grey Cup game is 32,655, and tickets have been tougher to get now than any year I can remember. The attendance record for a Grey Cup game, of course, is held in Vancouver, and that was in 1955 when they had 39,000 out for that game. The Hamilton Tiger Cats with number 9, their quarterback Joe Zuger, still warming up his club, And that's the starting club. There's Jamie Caleb, number 30, one of the late-season arrivals, and a great halfback, and I'm sure is going to see a lot of action today, as it's the big power boys who get the big test when you come to the final game of the year. Now, the telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto.
Hello, everybody. Steve Douglas here, and along with me to comment on today's Grey Cup game is Bernie Filoni, outstanding football player in Canada in 1961. The injured quarterback of the Hamilton Ticats unable to play today. Bernie, it seems like only yesterday, but I guess it's 10 or 11 years ago, you and I sort of teamed up at the University of Maryland.
That's right, Steve. You were broadcasting the games there, and I was playing quarterback at the university then.
And playing wonderfully, too, I must say. And out in Edmonton, I did the game, the first one that you played in the Grey Cup here in Toronto.
1954. That seems a long time ago, too, Steve.
I bet it does. What about that injured knee? What is the situation, Bernie?
Well, Steve, it's coming along real well. The doctors say that it's a successful operation, and that as long as I give it a lot of time and do a lot of physio exercises on it, that it's going to be well. And I'm sure that I'm going to be ready for next year.
All right, Bernie, we certainly hope so. We'll be talking to Bernie Filoni throughout the ball game.
The referee, Paul Dojak, is now down there on the field with the respective captains, and the officials are prepared to make the official coin toss. So let's go down to the field now and hear from the referee, Paul Dojak.
Boy, they'll make the call, and of course they will make a bum call. You have the choice. So, we got a few minutes.
The Hamilton team is the home team for the 1962 Grey Cup game as a result of having won the toss. Now, trying to figure out just what the advantage of the very slight wind might be is kind of difficult. I think that the disadvantage is that it's starting to bring that fog in off the lake. The ceremony now having been completed, we will now get on with the final warm-up sessions as the coin is tossed and the Hamilton Tiger Cats win it, as he points to Captain Paul Decker along with the co-captain John Barrow. And for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, 53 is Herb Gray and 63 is Steve Patrick. And so while that ceremony is just being completed, let's move in with Al Shaver here now and get some pregame comments from him. Al?
Well, Johnny, I sure hope we get this one in. It would be a shame to see a Grey Cup have to be postponed because of weather conditions of any kind, but things don't look too promising right at the moment. Looking out across Lake Ontario there, and the mists are really starting to move in on CNE Stadium. We were out here about 8 o'clock this morning, Brad, and it was beautiful out here then. The sun was shining, and the fog was well back out over the lake. And then in half an hour, it had just come in here, and sitting up in the press box, you couldn't see the scoreboard at one end or the TV tower at the other end. It was socked in real solid, and it's just amazing the way it can move in almost, with no warning at all. All of a sudden it's there, and we certainly hope that it's not going to move in during this ball game today. If it doesn't, Johnny, I think we're going to see a real fine football game. If the Winnipeg Blue Bombers can hold up in this one, they are a little hurt, we understand, and we'll just have to wait and see how serious it is.
Well, just while we wait for this one, as Jim Trimble talks to the officials, let's take a look now and see some Grey Cup highlights over the past years. Now, there's some great plays that'll take you back a few years and kind of set the stage for this one.
Well, there's 1946, number 55, Joe Kroll throwing to his old partner, Royal Copeland, and a Toronto Argonaut touchdown. We're now in 1949. Montreal Alouettes, the Calgary Stampeders, and Frank Filchok lets one go. Number 55, Bobby Cunningham, who's now the golf pro out at St. George's. Watch him. He takes that. And here's old Ches McCants, the late Ches McCants, kicking off. Give you an idea of the condition of the field out there. Watch that ball skip. And there's a fan gets in on the act. Beautiful block by the referee. Paul Rowe picks up the ball. Remember Paul Rowe? You want to see a power runner? Take a look at one. You don't arm tackle Paul Rowe. You got to get in front of him, and even then it doesn't help too often. That was another great game, 28-15. And here's the Mud Bowl of 1950. Al Dectebrand throwing a pitch out to Teddy Toogood. Toogood looks like he's getting away, and they give you an idea of how bad that field was. Watch these fellas, what is it they say, slud through? That's all mud there. And there's Pete Petro coming in with a brand new uniform. Nice run there by George McPhail. Watch this little guy scoot. He wasn't very big, but boy, he could go. And I thought there was a Winnipeg offside on that play, and I think it turned out there was. And Rod Smiley makes that flying tackle to avert a touchdown. That was 13-0 for the Toronto Argonauts there in 1950. And there's 1953 in that play. Did Tom Casey get it? And here's the play in stop action. Now, did he touch the ball before he was hit, or didn't he? I kind of think it was a bit of a tie, and the defense gets the advantage. That was a 12-6 ball game for Winnipeg. And here we are in 1961, the overtime. Number 11, watch him. Whoop, nobody to throw to, let's go. And watch this beautiful piece of running as Kenny Plain goes for the touchdown that defeated the Hamilton Tiger Cats in 1961. Yeah, those old pros, they still throw that ball up in the air when they get the big one, don't they, Johnny?
They sure do. And I imagine that even these old pros are just as excited playing in this 1962 Grey Cup game as many of the rookies who are playing in their first real big one. Well, now let's go from the past Grey Cup games and go to this one again to find out what these two teams look like statistically. Gordy Walker has made a comparison here for you. Let's see what it means.
Well, this is how the average game during the season worked out for Winnipeg Blue Bombers and the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Right up at the very top, you'll see the average score. Winnipeg won by an average of 24-18. Hamilton won its games 25-20 on an average. In first downs, it's very close. The Bombers averaged 18.5 first downs a game. The Tiger Cats 18.9. Yards rushing, Bombers had a little bit of an edge here. They rushed for an average of 163 yards per game. Hamilton 154. In passing, Winnipeg averaged 11.3 completions out of 18.8 passes thrown for 178 yards. Hamilton averaged just about half of the 25 passes they threw for 214 yards. Interceptions were about half an interception per game, edge for the Tiger Cats, as you can see there. Fumbles also were fairly even. The Bombers made about half a fumble a game more than Hamilton and recovered by the same margin. Penalties, Winnipeg averaged 5.3 penalties a game for 31.2 yards. Hamilton 7 penalties a game for 65.2 yards. Punting, Hamilton has a slight edge, a 43.4 yard average for 8.8 punts. Winnipeg 41.8 yards for 8.5 punts per game. Field goals tried, also fairly even. Winnipeg completed 3/4 of their field goal attempts, and Hamilton 86% of the field goals tried. Individual here in scoring, Jerry James was Winnipeg's leading scorer with 116 points. Don Souther topped Hamilton with 78. In passing, Kenny Plain gained 2,097 yards. Joe Zuger, 1,070. And you can see the rushing figures for Bobby Kuntz and Leo Lewis. And the last two lines are the top pass receivers. Johnny?
Very well done, Gord, and I think this gives the folks a little way to sit and compare these two clubs. Both have great records, but if you like to go for the statistics, there's your opportunity. And as the majorettes perform, the telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto.
Now, for those of you who came in late this morning at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Commissioner Halter, the CFL President Jake Goddard, decided to go ahead with today's Grey Cup game in spite of the possibility that fog might come back in and they'd have to make a snap decision perhaps during the game. Bernie Filoni, what does the uncertainty involving the terrible fog conditions here overnight and now the possibility that they might even have to stop the game and play the balance of it tomorrow, what does this do to a ball player?
Well, I think the uncertainty of not being able to play on time, Steve, sort of lends a little bit of uneasiness to a ball club. And the very fact that they may have to call the ball game in the middle of the game, or when there's 7 minutes to go and the score is, say, 14-14 and a second down, what's going to happen? This sort of makes a ball club really feel uneasy as to whether or not they're going to get the game finished. And I think that perhaps today, though, we're going to be better and get the game finished.
The optimistic Mr. Bernie Filoni, and gee, we, all of us football fans, hope so.
As the dancing majorettes perform, the crowd continues to pile in to the CNE Stadium, and I suppose in the past, if some of the fans have kept that second half of their ticket as a souvenir, about 100% of them will be keeping them today, not so much as a souvenir, but as a rain check, just in case this ball game has to be postponed. And we'll keep giving you these weather reports. We hope it doesn't sound repetitious or get monotonous, but we know that you are vitally interested because we will be getting closer shots on the field with our lenses than the folks in the stands here as that fog happens to come in. Thus the reason for the repetition of the weather reports. The temperature right now is 49 degrees, and there's just a slight wind. At halftime, too, I might point out that you'll see all the majorettes and the bands and a great halftime show from the field.
John, if today's game had been postponed because of the weather, I believe it would have been the first time in Grey Cup history that such an incident has occurred, and the likelihood arose that the game would have to be played on Sunday. And further to that, in the event the fog persisted on Sunday, the game would have been played on Monday. So this could have been a real long weekend for all the out-of-towners who came down to see the game.
I don't know, Brad. From all the hooping and hollering around the Royal York Hotel there last night, I don't think they got any stamina left. I don't think they could carry on another day. There were some pretty bleary-eyed people I noticed around the lobby there this morning.
Well, perhaps Toronto is becoming used to it, or I don't know what it was, but we've been out here since Tuesday, and Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday were very quiet nights. There is Miss Grey Cup.
Miss Renata Pecalis, Miss Ottawa Rough Rider, and acclaimed as Miss Grey Cup last night. And if these Grey Cups are getting harder to win, the only thing that's more difficult to choose is Miss Grey Cup. I've never seen so many beautiful girls in one contest, Stu.
Johnny, we had no trouble picking her. Remember, we had her on our show out of Ottawa, and we told her if she doesn't win it, the thing is fixed.
Beautiful girl, and
I think, Johnny, in selecting Miss Grey Cup, it's more than just the beauty. This gal, remember, she told her she took up ballet and could still speak Latvian. I tried Lithuanian on her, but she come back in Latvian to befuddle me just as much as I befuddled her.
Stuke, what were you saying about Roger Hagberg not playing?
Yeah, they're getting the official announcement from the Winnipeg dressing room right now that Roger Hagberg will not dress. Miss Grey Cup is now being presented to Jake Godard, the president of the Canadian Football League. And this lucky young lady will be driving home in a car all her own. We also might point out, here, let's just take another moment here and get a close look at this beautiful young lady. As Bill Westwick, the Ottawa Journal, said last night, well, we didn't win any football titles, but maybe this is just as happy that we should have the Miss Grey Cup title going back there at Ottawa. And I say, Bill, you have reason to be proud. That word that just came up from Roger Hagberg that he will not play, I think that you Winnipeg fans will be unhappy to hear that. And I think the other word is that Garland Warren will not play. And those are two big starters for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Maybe Jim Trimble knew this all the time, and thus his reason for exuding confidence right from the beginning.
Too, Johnny, they've got Gordy Rowland. I saw him downstairs a little while ago. He's got a big cast on that one ankle. It's not in very good shape at the moment. Looks like Barbara Ann Scott a little bit, doesn't she? Wasn't she from Ottawa, too? They all look the same down there.
Well, I would like to point out, while we have a moment here, that the referee for today's game is Paul Dojak from Regina. The number one umpire is Seymour Wilson from Hamilton. The number two umpire is Bill Nairn from Winnipeg. The number three umpire is Norm Maxwell from Hamilton. The headlinesman is Jim Piper from Edmonton. And the field judge is Ray Boucher from Ottawa. And there are the officials, 6 of them in today's game. In a regular league game, East and West, we use only 5. But in the Grey Cup game, they had one more umpire. I will have to say, too, that this is the best turf or the best gridiron that a professional football final has been played on. I've never seen a field at this stage of the game, the 1st of December, in as good a condition as this. Brad?
Well, I was going to say, did you catch any of the games out of the coast? In the last few years, we've had some pretty good conditions out there, and the field, of course, the grass is green 12 months a year in British Columbia. I notice Steve Owen is out on the field, and he is being selected as the Coach of the Year and the winner of the Anna Stukas Trophy.
The ceremony you see now is the referee Paul Dojak, who is checking the official 30 players that will be allowed to play in today's game. And these must go to the official timer. And from this point on, no change can be made. Those 30 names that are in there now are the only 30 names who can take part in this 1962 Grey Cup Classic. I might point out, too, we just have word that 10,000 letters, one-line letters, have come as a result of C.J. Wire's promotion in Winnipeg on behalf of the Winnipeg Blue Bomber fans trying to spur this club on over what they think are physical obstacles as a result of the pounding they took from that great Calgary Stampeder football club. And knowing what a psychologist Bud Grant is in preparing for a ball game, I know that he will certainly welcome that kind of additional inspiration.
He sure will, Johnny. And the Winnipeg fans have been notorious over a great many years for really backing their Bombers in any series. I can remember back in '57, the year they ended Edmonton's 3-year reign as Western champions. For the final game of that series in Winnipeg, they not only had telegrams, and when they send telegrams down there, they measure them in terms of lengths of the football field. In other words, it would be about 4 lengths, which would be about 440 yards. And that's the way they were rolling in all day. I think everybody in Winnipeg got his John Henry on those wires and came in. And they had fans down there. They're a great city with tremendous spirit, and they're always behind the Bombers no matter what the situation is. And I know the Bombers themselves won't be letting them down here today if they can help it.
The Hamilton Tiger Cats are getting ready to be introduced to the crowd. And unfortunately for all the Hamilton fans, their big rally last night, they had expected 20,000 people, but it was completely fogged out. And you all remember the big pep rally last year that turned out to be quite an event. And this, of course, is a psychological weapon that Jim Trimble was hoping to use. But he had to bow to the fog. As a matter of fact, Jim couldn't even get through the fog to get to the Grey Cup dinner. And therefore, it became the first time that Bud Grant spoke for Jim Trimble and himself. And I have to say that he did a mighty fine job of that. The Hamilton Tiger Cats, a club that came on in the regular campaign, looked for a while as though they might have their problems, but they wound up. They recovered from the loss of Bernie Filoni with the great late-season finish from mid-season on by Joe Zuger and a great backup man in Frank Cosentino. They wound up with 9 wins, 4 losses, and a tie for a total of 19 points. And that was 6 better than the Ottawa Rough Riders, who finished in second place. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers, playing in the toughest Western Conference, I'm sure, ever, wound up with 11 wins and 5 losses for 22 points. And that was just 3 better than the Calgary Stampeders, with Saskatchewan finishing second with 17. And now let's meet the Hamilton Tiger Cats as they are introduced to this huge throng. Big Ron Ray, number 66, who will be playing defensive left end for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. He's a 248-pounder from Detroit Lions. Angelo Mosca, who came back to the Hamilton Tiger Cats today, playing a defensive tackle, 265 pounds. And John Barrow, the outstanding lineman of the year in Canadian football, one who has a great record. He's been an all-star in each of his 6 years in the Canadian football. Bob Minahane, number 64, defensive right tackle. And Big Bob Minahane, a 23-year-old, 244-pounder. Pete Newman, number 74, who has had his 11th year with the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and it was to him that John Barrow credited the reason why Barrow himself could win the Outstanding Lineman Award. Here's Zeno Karst, all-star linebacker, playing on that left corner for the Tiger Cats, a 200-pounder in his 7th year, formerly from Windsor. Sam Fernandez, number 25, the middle linebacker from Miami. And Fernandez, a 200-pounder, 22 years of age. Here comes Gary Schreider, number 12, who will be playing on that right corner. This is his 7th year in professional football. And now one of the all-time great halfbacks defensively in the Eastern Conference, number 22. Don Southern from the Hamilton Tiger Cats, formerly with the New York Giants and Pittsburgh Steelers, now in his 3rd year. Here comes number 21 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats, Ralph Golston, playing in his 11th year of professional football, 4 with Philadelphia, 7 with Hamilton. Number 18, Tommy Grant, formerly a junior star at Windsor, a 200-pounder, a 7-year veteran. He ran a kickoff back 105 yards this year. Here comes number 26, Garney Henley, who has to be one of the really great ones. He goes both ways so well, it's hard to win an award in any one department. So those are your Hamilton Tiger Cats, who will be playing in this game defensively this afternoon. And next we are going to meet the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And here come the defending Grey Cup champions, the Western Conference champions, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, number 43, George Drucksmann from University of Portland. And Drucksmann is playing in his 8th year with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Here comes number 55, Sherwin Thorson. He'll be playing at offensive left guard. This big lad, Thorson, goes in there at about 225 pounds. He will also replace Garland Warren as a linebacker. Here comes number 54, Rod Humanuk. And Rod Humanuk is a big boy. He goes in there at 230 as well. Here comes Frank Rigney wearing number 71. Now, Rigney, the outstanding lineman last year, played a little bit of end occasionally, but because of the problem of catching passes today, they have made him an end and juggled the backfield. Cornell Piper, number 64, offensive right tackle. Here comes Farrell Funston, number 74, who really stands in with those great clutch catches in Grey Cup games. Here's number 77, Ernie Pitts, the offensive right end, and Ernie Pitts playing in his 6th year with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. 29, certainly one of the really great halfbacks, number 29, Leo Lewis. Lewis, for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, is in his 8th year. Here comes number 21, Charlie Shepard. And Shepard, a 6-year veteran of the Bombers at 215 pounds from North Texas State. And Jerry James, who moves into the starting backfield at the fullback slot. Number 28, Jerry James, who is playing in his 10th year with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, only 27 years of age. And here comes Ron Latterell. Remember him, how this little number 31 starred in the game last year. Also number 11, Kenny Plain, who really starred in the Grey Cup game last year. Therefore, you have the offensive unit, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and the rest of the team filing out there onto the field. Well, it's not going to be long now. These two clubs are going to be meeting head-on as the haze continues to settle in here at the CNE Stadium. And as the officials are now being announced, have met once apiece, here comes the official party with Prime Minister Diefenbaker, who will perform the official kickoff ceremony. And that, of course, will be followed by our anthems, and then followed by the official kickoff by the teams who actually get the game underway. And we might point out, too, that for the 190 stations who are carrying the game today on ABC, and they asked for a number of things, but first of all, they asked for the official party with the Prime Minister to be escorted by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. They felt they must have the Mounted Police in on the official kickoff party because this is what all of our friends across the line are asking for. Well, the fog is coming in a little bit heavier now, and gosh, I don't know what to say. As you watch the official party come out now, the fog is coming in just a little bit heavier now. I don't know whether we're going to wind up with no passing or no kicking or maybe a running game to keep the ball on the ground. The wind is only 5 miles an hour, but it is just enough to be blowing that fog in off the lake, coming right into the CNE. The Hamilton Tiger Cats have 10 players in their roster today who were not with them in the 1961 Grey Cup. They have 5 first-year men, that is 5 rookies. And when you look at the whole Hamilton club, it averages 5 years. In other words, they average 5 years experience as Hamilton Tiger Cat players. We're getting ready for the official kickoff now. This Grey Cup introduced to the Prime Minister and Mayor Lloyd Jackson of Hamilton and His Worship Mayor Nathan Phillips of Toronto. I see Alderman Peter Taraska representing Mayor Juba from Winnipeg, along with Jake Godower, the president of the Canadian Football League, among others included in the official party here this afternoon. Well, now let's see what kind of a kickoff record we're going to have for the official kickoff.
I hope he lifts it.
We've got some cross signals down there on the field. I think they expect the anthem to be played before the kickoff, is the way we were told it was going to happen, and I think they're just waiting to get their signals straightened out on the field right now. Now you see the color guard approaching. There is not an empty seat in the stands. They're jamming them in the corners. I don't know what... The official kickoff, that is the official record according to race statistician Gord Walker. The Prime Minister kicked off 14 and a half yards, and there was no run back. Now the telecast of this game, the Grey Cup game, is coming to you from Toronto.
It is almost game time. Grey Cup 62. Let's hear what Bernie Filoni has to say in assessing both clubs on offense and defense. Bernie?
Well, let's take Winnipeg's offense first, Steve, and I feel that they've made a few changes. They dropped Roger Hagberg, and they put James back in that backfield, and I don't know whether this is going to strengthen them or not. I believe Hagberg is quite a good runner, inside runner. Their overall offense isn't going to be changing too much. They may be running a little bit like the Hamilton offense, where they have the twin and now the tackle-eligible play. The Hamilton offense certainly is not going to change much from the playoff situations.
All right, now we all know, and you know because you've played defense, that defense wins many ball games. Let's go on that one.
Yes, I think today will be a real defensive battle because the Hamilton Tiger Cat line is the best in the Hamilton Tiger Cat history, if not the best in the East. And I know that the defensive line for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers hasn't changed much at all. And aside from the fact that maybe a few breaks on kicks or pass interceptions, this defensive ball game is going to be probably one of the outstanding in all Grey Cup history.
Well, Bernie, it's kind of surprising because so many people say that this is going to be a high-scoring ball game, and the Ticats have been favored by as much as 8 points. But we're going to see in just a very few seconds. So go with us to the CNE Stadium Grey Cup 62.
Well, as the teams regroup just before the kickoff, we might point out that it's the Winnipeg Blue Bombers with Jerry James who will kick off. And back to receive for the Hamilton Tiger Cats, going right down there in the end zone, is number 18, Tommy Grant, and number 30, Jamie Caleb. Now, we can just make them out down there on the goal line, so anything can happen here this afternoon. There is Jerry James, the left-footed kicker, with number 31, Ron Latterell. You're going to expect Latterell to be down near the kick. Here's the whistle. The game is underway, and there goes the kick. It comes down to Caleb on the 25-yard line, up to the 30, the 35, hit by Norm Rawhouse and dropped on the 37-yard line. So the 1962 Grey Cup game is now underway. For the Hamilton Tiger Cats, there's Joe Zuger, number 9. And he has Chet Mixon, number 46, at his offensive center. Dave Beatty, 73, at right end. Paul Decker at left end, or switch those around, but he's actually a flanker. Easterly, number 20, on the right side. And we have Garney Henley going in motion. The handoff is to Bobby Kuntz. Kuntz is piled up just over the line of scrimmage, and the first man in there to get him was number 62, the defensive left tackle Roger Savoy, a 12-year veteran of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. It'll be second down and 8.5 yards to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 39-yard line. Henley, 26 out to the right, Easterly out there as well. 30, Caleb Kuntz, 23, as Zuger drops back in there to throw. Looking down this left side to Hal Patterson, number 7. He's hit in there and covered by Henry Jansen, number 32, and it goes incomplete. It'll now be third down. 8.5 yards to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 39-yard line. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers will send back number 31, Ron Latterell, and number 32, Henry Jansen, to receive. Zuger will kick from the Hamilton 24-yard line. There is the snap. And the boot by Joe Zuger. And waiting under it there is Jansen. He takes it on the 31, puts his head down to the 32-yard line, and he's dropped on the 32 by Gino DeNoble. Number 62 and 73, Dave Beatty. A 41-yard boot and a 3-yard run back. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers now line up offensively as number 11, Kenny Plain, will come in to quarterback the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Hamilton lining up defensively. We'll give you those in a moment. There's the Winnipeg Blue Bomber offensive huddle. 77 Pitts at right end. And 71 Rigney at left end. Funston actually is split off as a flanker. And Charlie Shepard is flanked wide to the right with Latterell. Here's Kenny Plain going back to throw. He's hit back there and dropped by John Barrow on the 23-yard line. They ruled that he was stopped on the 25. There's a flag on the play. Offside. against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Well, there was something we're going to find out about that Hamilton ball club. Now, this was definitely a long pass pattern. All the receivers were going deep. Kenny Plain held on that extra 2 seconds, and you could see that big rush by that Hamilton club. Notice they come in from the outside, sort of boxed off to make sure that Plain couldn't go outside on. This is something they have to be aware of.
The loss of 7 yards in the play. It is 2nd down and 17 yards to go. Lateral, 31, goes to the top of your screen. Shepard and James, the fullbacks in tight. They go back into a fake quick kick. Now it's going to be a quick kick. And there goes a boot by Charlie Shepard. Tommy Grant going back. It's over his head to the 30. He slips and falls. And having to give him 5 yards is Cornell Piper. Then he drops him on the 35-yard line. And Charlie Shepard was shaken up on the play after the quick kick. He was hit, and he is going off the field.
See, as you know, Johnny, it's not legal to hit the kicker, but as Shepard approached the line of scrimmage, this is where the defensive club can't hit him. They nailed him at the line of scrimmage.
1st and 10 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Zuger rolling out to his right. Chased there by Roger Savoy. The pass is no good. Intended by Jamie Caleb. A big rush put on him there by Roger Savoy. And the pass goes incomplete. It'll be 2nd down. 10 yards to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 36-yard line. Now, Hal Patterson, wearing number 7 to become a backfielder. Normally he would wear 77, but in the last game they changed that. Taking a look at the Hamilton club as they break out over the huddle on a 2nd and 10 situation, and Joe Zuger rolling out to his left, blocking from Ellison Kelly, throwing long here to Dave Beatty, and he dropped it. Dave Beatty being covered there by Kenny Plain. The ball rolls loose, but Hal Patterson goes after it just in case it happens to be a loose ball. Patterson stopped for a moment. He saw Kenny Plain chase the ball. Just in case it should be ruled as a free ball, the referee was going down to pick it up. Patterson hit the referee in attempting to get to the ball, knocked his whistle flying, but it was ruled dead.
Well, anytime these football players see a ball lying around loose, they might have had the impression that Beatty had a hold of it long enough, completed pass, fumble. They see that ball loose. They didn't hear a whistle. They just kept on playing it.
Joe Zuger going back to his own 20-yard line to do the punting for Hamilton. Good snap from Mixa. It's a bit of a wobble on it, and Jansen has to rush up to take it on the 40. Fakes the reverse, goes in the middle. Hit hard by Gino DeNoble, number 62 of the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and he is dropped on the 43-yard line. Old Vince Scott, 13-year veteran of the Cats, was in there to make sure he didn't go any farther. That was a 34-yard boot, a 4-yard run back. And we have 12 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the opening quarter of play, and there's no score. Winnipeg Blue Bombers have done a little bit of, well, they're going to have to do some more juggling, evidently, because we now have Joe Williams, number 22 in the offensive backfield, to replace Charlie Shepard. James, number 28, flanks to the top of the screen. And here is Leo Lewis to the 45, trying to pick his way. He's into the 52-yard line and driven out. He fumbled the ball, but he was into touch at this point, and it was Ralph Goldston who drove him out. On the 48-yard line, and that will be a gain of 5 yards. It is 2nd down and 5 to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Winnipeg 48. There's the Hamilton defense being called by number 61, John Barrow, who can line up as a middle guard, as a linebacker, or as a defensive end. It's his choice. Second down, 5 to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and they're changing their offensive setup on every play now. Here's Kenny Plain throwing down there to Ernie Pitts. No good. Pitts had the first down pass, but he was hit there by Ralph Goldston and Garney Henley, and he just couldn't hold on to that ball.
Well, I tell you, indications are here, but I don't know how long some of these boys are going to last. Johnny, it's been a long while since I've seen tackling like we've had in the early minutes of this ball game.
3rd down and 5, and Don Southern with Tommy Grant will go back to receive for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Jack Delvo, number 23, comes in to do the booting for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers from the 35. Remember how he stepped into the breach last year? Don Southern at the 20. Being chased here by Frank Rigney. Gets up to the 25. Keeps going to the 28-yard line. The telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto. A 42-yard boot, a 9-yard return. And Joe Zuger sends out Henley and Easterly to the right now. They bring Henley back around to the opposite side and hand off to Bobby Kuntz. Hit there by Steve Kotrick, the middle guard, and he drags him down on the 36-yard line. There's Bobby Kuntz, who picked up a big 166 yards against the Alouettes in the second game of the Eastern Final, and Kuntz finished second in the Eastern rushing this year behind the record-setting George Dixon. Second down and 2 to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 36-yard line. Caleb is out to the right this time. They keep Kuntz in with Henley. They hand off to Henley. A quick opener into the 45. Keeps going to the far side, the 55, the 40. And there's only one man who can get him in there. And it's going to have to be Jack Delbo and Henry Jansen. And he is over for the touchdown. Jamie Caleb, number 30, threw the key block to set it up for Garney Henley, who came back in and went 74 yards for the touchdown.
Well, we got to hand a lot of credit to his blockers down there. That was a beautiful piece of teamwork. Only a fellow like Henley, a quick-thinking kid out there, he just used them every foot of the way. He seemed to be caught 2 or 3 times, went in for the sideline, cut back in toward the center of the field, did a perfect job of setting up the block for his men. A beautiful exhibition of blocking. Here's that convert coming up, John.
Don Southern, number 22, is wide. He's wide and to the right. So it is a 6-0 ball game with 10 minutes and 9 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. Hamilton on top 6-0. And it was Garney Henley who broke off tackle and went 74 yards with some great blocking, as Stu told you. Henry Jansen and Jack Delbo, the last 2 men, tried to drive him out at about the 5.
You know, the thing about blocking, that halfback with the ball can really help his blockers with the right moves, and we saw an example there as Henley just moved in to set up the tackler for the block by the man he had ahead of him. Beautiful example of teamwork.
Here's the kickoff by Don Southern, and back under it for the Blue Bombers is Leo Lewis up to the 25-yard line. Look at his turn of speed. Gets by, he slips and falls on the 35 and is driven out on the 36-yard line. Dave Beattie was over to get him. A 54-yard boot, a 25-yard run back. Lewis, who one of the most feared men in that run back department, had that corner made had he not slipped and fallen. It is 1st and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Winnipeg 36-yard line. Cornell Piper, 64 at right tackle, Forson 55 at guard, Humanick 54 at the other guard spot, and we have just under 10 minutes remaining in the opening quarter. Lewis flanks out wide to the right with Ron Latterell. Williams goes in motion, Plain rolls out to the right, looking down this right side to Lewis, and he can't get it. Lewis is being covered by number 15, Zeno Carson, 21, Ralph Golston, but it wasn't there. So the Bombers are now without Charlie Shepard, and we don't know if he'll be back in. He's trying to work out that leg muscle of his on the sideline, and I suspect that old Charlie will be back in this ball game.
He'll grow a new leg by the second half.
2nd down and 10 to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. On their own 36-yard line, Kenny Plain set an all-time passing record in the West this year, completing 65%. Now we go 2nd and 10, and they've been throwing a lot this afternoon. Plain rolling out to his right, out here on the right side, held Ron Latterell, and he can't hold on. There's a flag on the play. Back at the line of scrimmage, and a little bit of rough play going on.
Well, there's a play that has been carrying those Blue Bombers. Remember Latterell last year with that same type of play? He made life miserable for those Hamilton Tiger Cats. And the referee pointed out that somebody following threw an elbow, which is roughing.
Actually, I think they ruled that as roughing the passer on that play. And this gives them a 15-yard move to the 51-yard line, where it is 1st and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And I'm glad to report that fog is dissipating a little bit. 1st and 10, Winnipeg, and they've got backs in motion this time. They hand to Leo Lewis, trying to slide off tackle. He keeps fighting into the 52-yard line before he is piled up. Got a great block there from Cornell Piper, number 64, his right tackle. And then Minahane, 64, came from the opposite side to finally pull him down, along with Ron Ray, number 66. 8 minutes, 36 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. 6-0 for Hamilton on Garnie Henley's 74-yard touchdown. And the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are 2nd down and 2 to go on the Hamilton 52-yard line. Lewis flanks to the top of your screen, number 29. Hits a split off the right end. They hand to Ron Lateral, and Lateral hit there by Pete Newman, the defensive right end, who was set up for that one along with Gary Schreider, number 12, in that right corner. And they hold the Blue Bombers to make it 3rd down and 2 to go. Tommy Grant will be one of those receivers back there along with Don Southern. And there you see 22 Don Southern back about the goal line. And Jack Delvaux will be booting from the Winnipeg 46. 6-0 for Hamilton. There's a snap from George Drucksmann, the boot from Delvaux. It's a wobbler off the side of his foot, and this could go out. It does, and it goes out right on the 25-yard line.
Funny, we just got word.
Boot at his 1st and 10, Hamilton on the Hamilton 25-yard line. Zuger rolling out to his right behind the protection of Puritan, and it is no good. Dick Thornton, number 14, went up in the air, had his hand on it, not enough to catch it, and it goes incomplete. Al Patterson was the intended receiver. 2nd down and 10 to go on the 25-yard line.
Notice so far most of the passes have all been out to the sideline. I wonder if both these quarterbacks have got something in mind. Zuger in particular. You know, that Hamilton club can pass down the middle pretty well, and watch out for something coming up there.
Norm Rawhouse, the safety man, is almost up in the line of scrimmage now. Here goes Zuger being chased into that pocket. He's throwing deep there to Dick Easterly, and it goes incomplete. Dick Easterly, number 20, a late season arrival from University of Syracuse, got 5 touchdown passes in his first 4 games. And he turned around and suggested maybe somebody help push him down to the ground and not up to the ball as he tried to catch that one. So we're back to a 3rd and 10 situation for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 25-yard line. And once again, Joe Zuger will go back to the, well, he usually likes about 15 yards back there, and there he is on the 10. He gets a wobbler, a low one, and it's going to take a hop to Henry Jansen back in his own 42. Beats the first tackler, and he's hit hard again. And once again, it's Gino DeNoble down there to meet Henry Jansen.
You know, this kid Jansen has got to be one of the toughest little guys I've ever seen around. Either that or he's made out of India rubber.
42-yard boot, a 2-yard run back. Gino DeNoble goes in there at 230. Henry Jansen goes in at 185. So far, it's been a standoff. 1st and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. On the Winnipeg 45-yard line, Hamilton leading 6-0, 6.5 minutes remaining in the opening quarter. Kenny Plain back into that pocket, the rush by Gary Schreider, and he pulls him down on the 39-yard line. Gary Schreider, number 12, formerly from Ottawa, laterally with BC and now with Hamilton, setting outside of Pete Newman. And he circled the blocker and came back in from behind to catch Pete Newman, or at least to catch Kenny Plain after Newman had held up that side. That's the 2nd time Plain has been thrown for a loss this afternoon. It is now 2nd down and 15 to go. Charlie Shepard is back in the ball game for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And here's Plain rolling out to his left this time. Going a long one down here to Leo Lewis, and he can't get it. Down on the 40-yard line, the Hamilton 40. And back there to cover was number 18, Tommy Grant. It'll be 3rd down and 15 yards to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. with 5 minutes, 58 seconds remaining in the opening quarter, and Hamilton leading 6-0. Well, 8 passes have been thrown in this ball game, and both have been, or at least all have been incomplete. Both teams have been unsuccessful in throwing a pass. Hamilton's thrown 5. Third down and 15 to go, and Shepard from the 30, and he pounds a dandy. We almost lose that one up in the fog. Back under it is Grant on the 20 to the 25, into the 30-yard line, and he's dropped on the 30. The telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto. Hamilton Tiger Cats on their own 31-yard line following that boot, and Joe Zuger flipping to the fullback, Bobby Kuntz, and Kuntz is hit on the 35 and rolls into the 37-yard line as Dave Burkholder, number 52, is in there to get him. Second down, 2.5 yards to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats as Winnipeg sets up defensively. They're crossing their halfbacks, and the handoff to Bobby Kuntz, who dives into the 44-yard line, and he has the first down. Nick Miller, number 24, came over to make the tackle. And we have a 1st and 10 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 43-yard line. It's doubtful if any quarterback broke into the league with more impact than Joe Zuger, set a Canadian record with 8 touchdown passes in that first game. 1st and 10, halfbacks flanking wide, and we've seen more of it. There's the flag on the play as Hamilton is offside. Here's Garney, at least Zuger rolling out. Henley throwing a block, and he moves into the 54-yard line, stopped by Kenny Plain, the safety man. But the Hamilton Tiger Cats were offside. A game that was good for very close to 9 has been wiped out, and we have the referee Paul Dojak from Regina. We also have another change in here following that, and this is Don Southern coming into the backfield to replace Jamie Caleb. Caleb was the offside man on that last play, and Jim Trimble calls him to the bench to explain something to him. There you have Joe Zuger. There you have a look now at Caleb and Jim Trimble. It is first down over again, 15 yards to go for the Tiger Cats on their own 38-yard line. Don Southern flanks wide to the left. Easterly is in motion. The handoff to Kuntz, and Kuntz hits the 40 and is finally stopped there by Dave Burkholder. Winnipeg was offside on that play. You know, Jim Trimble and Bud Grant are making their 5th Grey Cup appearances, and that ties Lou Heyman, Billy Hughes, and Mike Rodden, along with Reg Threlfall, for appearances. Heyman is the only undefeated one in 5 appearances, with Argos 3 times, RCF Hurricanes, and the Montreal Alouettes. First down over again. Now it's 10 yards to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on their own 43-yard line. Quick pitch on the left side to Bobby Kuntz, puts his head down, hit by Jack Delvo, number 23. 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. Hamilton leading by a score of 6-0. And I wonder if many players have played as many positions as this Jack Delvo since he joined the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. He's a defensive end right now. Easterly left. Bobby, or at least Garney Henley rolling right. Bobby Kuntz throws the block. The pass intended for Beatty. No good. And that Zuger is rifling that ball, Stu.
That's the thing I've noticed, Johnny. I'm just going to make a point of it. Where in the other games he was laying the thing up, throwing it pretty hard. He's getting that arm back there now and letting it go like a slingshot. You know, you wonder about these kids playing in front of big crowds down in college ball, but this is still the Grey Cup game. This is a rookie quarterback. I can see that he's just giving it a little extra. He could take some off that high, hard one that he's been letting go.
Well, there's our end zone camera letting you watch that ball come out from center in the snap to Joe Zuger. Zuger gets his best one away, and Jansen goes back to his own 13-yard line, cuts back into the 16, goes to the 20, and is hit on the 20-yard line. Angelo Mosca, number 68, in to make the tackle with 16, Ken Kilray.
Winter drive.
That was a 51-yard boot by Joe Zuger, who led all U.S. college punters last year in that department, as well as interceptions. Now we've got Hal Ledyard coming into the Winnipeg Blue Bomber offensive unit. Number 12, Hal Ledyard, 29-year-old, second-year man with the Blue Bombers. This gives Kenny Plain a little rest. He's been going all the way, both ways. Here is Ledyard going back to throw, rolling back, chased by Pete Newman, and he's dropped by Pete Newman. Back on the 8-yard line. Sam Fernandez, 25. Minahane, 64. Minahane came up with the football. This tremendous defensive charge by the Hamilton Tiger Cats has been overpowering in the latter half of the year and has been going great for them at this point.
Well, you can remember the Tiger Cats last year were going pretty well until Pete Newman got himself hurt, and all of a sudden Hal Ledyard and Kenny Plain started completing passes. That old veteran of the Hamilton Tiger Cats, still a key man in their defensive setup.
It's second down and 21 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And here's Ledyard back to throw again under the goalpost, the right side to Leo Lewis, trying to shake him open. He's into the 15, and he's dropped on the 21-yard line. Leo Lewis gets back just about 12 of those yards, but it'll be third down. It was Zeno Kars, along with Sam Fernandez, who made the tackle, and Bud Grant sends in his punting unit on a third down and 8 situation on the Winnipeg 21. Minute 54 remaining in the opening quarter. It's 6-0 for Hamilton. Scotty Henley, who scored that Hamilton touchdown, picked up 12 like that this year. Not all that long, but almost all of them as spectacular. Charlie Shepard back on the Winnipeg 7-yard line to do the booting. Grant and Southern on the Hamilton 40. Boot by Shepard. He pounds a low ball. And Grant has to go back to his own 37, pits the first man down, and Rod Humanuk hits him on the 52-yard line. There's a flag on the play. Holding is the call.
On that one, Johnny, the Hamilton Tiger Cats really loaded up the line, and I think they're, instead of really rushing the kicker, they're trying to stop the lineman from going downfield. Somebody a little too enthusiastic about it. Got caught for holding.
Defensive holding is the call. This will move the ball to the 31-yard line, and Winnipeg Blue Bombers come out of there with a first down. Hal Ledyard comes back into the game, and it is 1st and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. A minute 33 remaining in the opening quarter. 6-0 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Winnipeg Blue Bombers, who had the best defensive record in Canada this year. Hamilton Tiger Cats were second and a very close second. Hamilton beat Winnipeg 30-9 this year in the interlocking game. Winnipeg beat Hamilton 16-10 in their second meeting over the 2 years. 1st and 10 now. Ledyard hustling back into that. The rush is on. They pass. Oh, Leo Lewis is caught from behind by Ron Ray. There's no doubt about that one. Illegal interference is the official ruling on it.
Yes, I would say it was a little illegal. Feel like he wasn't charged with hanging. He tried his best to take his throat off.
I think that over-enthusiastic Hamilton rush has been a big factor in the Winnipeg Blue Bombers marching all the way from their own 8-yard line and now have another first down, and they are on the Winnipeg 41. That's the third first down for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and they have picked up all 3 on penalties. Hamilton has 2 first downs. 1st and 10, Winnipeg on the Winnipeg 41. Winnipeg trails 6-0. Quick pass on the left side. Leo Lewis turns to try to get away from Don Southern, but Southern has to bring him down in a wrestling match on the 52-yard line. Looked like Garney Henley was getting set for the big chase on that side, because had Southern not been able to contain Leo Lewis, Lewis with his great speed would then have had to match Garney Henley to that sideline. The yardsticks are on their way to see whether or not he has made the 10 yards necessary. You know, Don Southern, that I just mentioned, set a record in the Eastern Conference with 12 field goals this season. The only player who ever led the league for 2 successive years in pass interceptions. He had 8 this year and 11 last year. There it is. And it's a first down for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. .43 seconds remaining in the opening quarter of the 62 Grey Cup Classic. Hamilton on top, 6-0. It's 1st and 10 Winnipeg, and Winnipeg on their own 51-yard line. They've come all the way from their own 8 on this march. And here we have the fake to Charlie Shepard. Ledger throwing out here on the right side to Ron Latterell. No good. Being covered by number 15, Zeno Kars. 2nd and 10 now for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Ledyard, well, that's the first he has missed out of 3. It is now 2nd and 10, and Ledyard comes out of the game, and Kenny Plain goes back in. There's 77 Pitts. Number 11 is Kenny Plain. 31, Ron Latterell. Kenny Plain in his 6th year with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Outstanding player in the Grey Cup game last year. And here's Plain going back to throw out on that left side, and it is good out there to Farrell Funston, and Funston is dropped on the 47-yard line. Number 10, Farrell Funston, dropped by number 22, Don Southern. Winnipeg Blue Bombers move the sticks for 12 yards. Nine seconds remaining in this opening quarter of play. Hamilton leading 6-0, and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have done an awful lot of juggling and changing to try to find some way of formulating that attack against this big Eastern Championship club. 1st down and 10 with Latterell wide to the right. Shepard goes in motion. Lewis stays in the block, and Plain goes up the middle to the 40-yard line, to the 35, the 25, and Garney Henley's the only man that can catch him, and he drives him out on the 6-yard line. The gun sounds to end the first quarter of play as Plain runs 41 yards. The telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto.
Here's to the everyday things that end up being everything. Here's to all things simple, with casual clothing and footwear from Marks.
Well, Bernie Filoni, to get that 6-0 lead, a magnificent touchdown run by Garney Henley. What happened on it?
Well, Steve, we were rolling out most of the first quarter and showing a lot of motion. And on this particular play, we got a trap by Ellison Kelly, enabled Garney Henley to go right up the middle, 74 yards, cut to the sideline, 2 terrific blocks, and was on his way into the end zone for the score.
And Mr. Plain tried to even things up at the end of that quarter as well, and that was a magnificent run by him, too. Let's see what happens in quarter number 2.
In the first quarter, Winnipeg had 6 first downs, Hamilton 2. Winnipeg 54 yards rushing, Hamilton 98. Winnipeg completed 3 out of 7 passes for 34 yards. Hamilton was unable to complete a pass out of 6 thrown. No interceptions, 1 penalty for Winnipeg, 5 yards. Hamilton took 4 for 40 yards. No fumbles recovered. 4 punts apiece. Winnipeg averaging 43 yards, Hamilton 40.8. Here we go now. 1st and goal to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Hamilton 6-yard line, and Hamilton is in an 11-man line. Here is the handoff to Leo Lewis, and he is at the 1, and he's over for the touchdown. Leo Lewis, number 29. Ties up the old ball game at 6-6, and Jerry James will have an opportunity to put Winnipeg ahead.
Well, and that Hal Ledyard, the old pinch hitter on this Winnipeg ball club, in there at quarterback to set that one up. Beautiful exhibition of running by Leo Lewis, but still some great blocking by that Hamilton, or the Winnipeg line, because, as you pointed out, they were in an 11-man line. It's pretty tough to wedge a hole in there.
Convert is good, and it is a 7-6 ball game. Leo Lewis, who scored 11 touchdowns for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers this year, has added the first one for Winnipeg in the Grey Cup game. The big play there following that sequence of penalties was the fact that Kenny Plain, looking very much like he did in the touchdown that won Grey Cup game last year, took off for 41 yards to set it up.
Well, talking about setting it up, you know, Hamilton have been giving what we call an outside rush, coming in from the outside, make sure he doesn't roll out, but leaving that middle a little bit open, and you don't do that too often against Plain because he'll go outside down the middle like he did there. He saw that opening. He didn't waste a second. He was gone before they knew he was carrying the ball.
Jerry James, the left footer, kicks off. And it comes down to Caleb. He fumbles the ball, picks it up on the 20, to the 25, to the 30. He's hit there by Henry Jensen, and he's dropped on the 36-yard line. Ken Hamlin also in there to bring him down. 49-yard boot, a 20-yard run back, and we have, after that tackle by Roger Hamlin, a 1st and 10 for the, at least for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 36. As Winnipeg sends Thornton out to cover Dick Easterly to the left, Jansen out to cover on the right side. They hand off to Bobby Kuntz, and Kuntz is hit by Jack Delvaux, fumbled the ball and recovered as Delvaux climbs on him quickly a second time. Delvaux came up as a fullback, was a great linebacker, doing the punting, and now playing defensive end. Delvaux goes at 220 pounds. 25-year-old from Illinois via the New York Giants. 2nd down and 10, and here goes Zuger rolling right. Down there to Jamie Caleb, who makes a fine catch on the 43-yard line. And he is about 3 yards away from a first down. Dave Burkholder, number 52, is in there to tackle number 30, Jamie Caleb. Joe Zuger completes his first pass of the afternoon. Still very hazy here, and I don't know whether it's getting any better or any worse. Joe Zuger back on his own 29-yard line. Latterell and Jansen in there to receive, and Thornton almost blocked that one. Jansen takes it on the 28, heads along the 30, fakes the lateral, hit by Ron Watton, number 44, and is dropped on the 32-yard line.
Something, Johnny, that Zuger better get those punts away a little quicker because they're starting to work on him. Herbie Gray and Thornton almost came up with a good play. Thornton didn't come too far away from blocking that one.
1st and 10 now for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers as they line up on their own 33-yard line. And Ledger, the quarterback, out on the left side to Lewis. Lewis trying to use his speed to get back to the 35, and he is dropped on the 35-yard line. Sam Fernandez, 25, came in from one side, 22 Southern on the other, and Pete Newman, 74, up the middle to catch him.
Ledger's pass takes to Lewis. Newman makes the tackle.
Leo Lewis has picked up a total of 21 yards for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Newman, Minahane, Barrow, Mosca, and Ray, the defensive line for the Hamilton Tiger Cats, going from right to left. Ledger, the quarterback, it's 2nd and 8, and he's going down there to number 77, Ernie Pitts, hit by Fernandez and dropped on the 48-yard line, and he's got a first down. There's a flag in the play, rough play.
Old Ralph Goldston came in there, giving a little bit extra, and looked like an elbow thrown in there, and the officials right on the spot to call it.
Winnipeg Blue Bombers leading 7-6 over the Hamilton Tiger Cats. 12 minutes, 23 seconds remaining in the first half of play. And that 15-yard roughing penalty moves the Winnipeg ball to the Hamilton 45-yard line, just between the 45 and 46. Funston is split off to the left as Ledyard goes back to throw. Fakes one, throwing a long one down here to Funston. Southern goes back to try to intercept, well off the mark. Well, she's starting to really roll in here off the lake right now, and I've got my fears.
That's not misty anymore. That's getting foggy.
wonder if they'll even considering forgetting the halftime and going right on with the game. Really coming in here now. This morning, in a space of 8 minutes from being absolutely clear, the park was absolutely covered with fog. Second down and 10 to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Hamilton 46-yard line. Jerry James is split off to the left. Lewis outside the left end, Funston. And Kenny Plain going back to throw. Dumps one up the middle intended for Charlie Shepard, but it was too low, and he fielded it on a hop. So it'll be 3rd and 10. Shepard was wide open.
He had a big rush in there, and old Vince Scott, number 53, in there, the favorite vein of all quarterbacks, really in on him, and Plain just let the ball go to get rid of it more than anything because he was going to be dumped for a good 10, 11-yard line.
There are the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and they send back Henley and Southern to receive, or Grant and Southern. They've now put the lights on to see if that'll help, and here's the boot by Shepard, and Grant takes it on the 3-yard line, up to the 5, up to the 10, and is dropped by Sherwin Thorson, number 55, on the 10-yard line. The lights are on here at the CNE, a 42-yard boot and an 8-yard run back. 7-6 in favor of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, who have won the last 3 Grey Cup meetings against the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Cal Patterson flanks out wide to the right. And they hand off to Bobby Coons, who's met there by number 63, Steve Patrick, the middle guard. And by 53, Herb Gray, the defensive left end. Amazing Herbie Gray. A loss of 1. It'll be 2nd down and 11. I say amazing because everybody said he couldn't play in that second game against Calgary, and they were able to doctor him up, and what a night he had. 2nd down, 11 to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 9-yard line. Caleb and Patterson out to the right. Here's Zuger dropping back to throw. Getting a long one down here to Patterson. It is no good. Kenny Plain had it for a moment and could not hold on, and he hurt his ankle as he went after that interception.
Johnny, as he went up in the air, Thornton, who was covering Patterson at the time, Plain cut in, and Thornton ran into him, really spilled him. He hadn't been hit that hard for a long while.
Third down and 11 is the situation for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on their own 9-yard line. This time Zuger will be booting from about 5 yards behind his own goal line. There's the boot, and it's up there somewhere near the 50-yard line. Jansen picks it up, gets going again to across the 55 and into the 53 as Gino DeNoble meets up with Henry Jansen once more. Oh, that fog is really coming in now. A 51-yard boot, a 6-yard return. The telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto. Al Ledyard is in at quarterback. Throwing out here on the left side to Leo Lewis to the midfield stripe to the 50. Caught there by Don Southern and driven out on the 47-yard line. We cannot see from the 25-yard line beyond. That is to the Winnipeg side of the field.
Well, you can't see the goalpost down at the other end, Johnny, and over across the field, it's pretty hard to see the lights from here.
The only thing that could have ruined a great game. There you get a ground shot of it. It gives you a little better idea. The only thing that could have ruined what should have been one of the, what could still be one of the all-time great games, but it's too bad about these conditions. 2nd down and 3.5 yards to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Leo Lewis on the left side again to the 45 into the 40. Dropped by Sam Fernandez on the 40-yard line. And that's another first down for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They move just over the 40. And there's the Hamilton Tiger Cat defensive setup, I think. Referee Paul Dojak keeps looking around, wondering how much longer he can let this game go. Winnipeg splits the top of your screen there, and he pitched number 77. Ledyard fakes, then he throws back to pitch. It's no good. Ralph Golston went up in the air and knocked the ball down. Ernie Pitts ran past the ball, and Ralph Golston, who was late coming over to cover, Winnipeg Blue Bombers called for holding, and they moved the ball back to the Hamilton 51-yard line. But as I was saying, Golston, who was late coming to it, suddenly found the ball right there, and he couldn't get it. Well, I've lost the scoreboard, lost the clock. We cannot see that end of the field either.
Amazing what a good job those cameras are doing penetrating that, Johnny.
Winnipeg are second down and 20 on the Hamilton 50-yard line, and Ledyard is going to be throwing, and it is no good. Sam Fernandez went up there to tip the ball away. And we cannot see the far side of the field now. Second down.
Crowd buzzing, Johnny. Guys on the other side, the play over on this side, I don't think the people in the other stand can possibly see.
Well, we cannot see beyond the midfield markers now. What a time for a sleeper play. We can just make out the Winnipeg Blue Bomber team. We can't find the Hamilton Tiger Cats anymore. See them down on the ground a little bit better. As we look at the state of those ground cameras now, I can't tell you. There's a long pass, and Ernie Pitts has got it on the 17-yard line. Ernie Pitts went up to make the catch on the 17-yard line. Don Southern to tackle. A 33-yard pass to Ernie Pitts gives the Winnipeg Blue Bombers a first down on the Hamilton 16-yard line. So from the ground cameras, you're getting a better picture of it than anybody else here in the park. And Kenny Plain rolling out to his right, still going to be chased here by Ron Ray. He cuts into the 15, and he is dropped on the 15-yard line.
Just got word that Commissioner Sid Halder and CFL President Jake Gadar are down on the sidelines taking a look at the condition. It might be a little better right at the ground level, Johnny. That fog seems to be lifting, and up here on the roof, it's pretty hard to see what's going down on the field. But as you can see from the ground shot, it's not quite as bad from down there.
It's starting to lift a little bit. We can now see the Bomber bench once more. It is second down and 9 to go. On the 15-yard line, Ledyard is the quarterback. He hands off to Leo Lewis. He's going to be throwing a pass. It's into the end zone, and Charlie Shepard has got it for a touchdown. Charlie Shepard from Leo Lewis for the touchdown.
Charlie lost his shoe going in on that one. You can see him putting it back on there on your screen. But there was a pet play that they pull out of the hat every once in a while that Leo Lewis, a dangerous man both ways, and left-footed Jerry James getting ready for the convert.
Now 13-6 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and Jerry James will attempt the convert, and it is good. We have 7 minutes and 14 seconds. There's the score, 14-6 for Winnipeg, but we now have 7 minutes and 14 seconds remaining in the first half. We can see the scoreboard once again, and I do believe it's starting to lift once more. Now, the commissioner is in a real tough spot, wondering whether to stop it, how long it'll last if he does stop it, or whether they should continue the millions of changes that would be involved if the game were postponed. It's just a real tough situation to be in. Jerry James, number 28, teeing up the ball. And Tommy Grant with Jamie Caleb come back to the Hamilton 10-yard line. Here's the boot now by Jerry James. And Ralph Golston comes back for it on the 20 as it's a bit short. Up to the 30-yard line, and he's caught there by Ron Latterall and dropped on the 36. The telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto. "45-yard boot, and Joe Zuger rolling out to his left, chased by Hamlin, hit by Patrick, gets away. And he's still taking off to the 40, to the 45, and he's hit there on the 54-yard line by Dick Thornton, number 14. Joe Zuger. Great star from Arizona, hit by Dick Thornton, a former great quarterback from Northwestern. 17 yards was the length of the gain. And the Hamilton Tiger Cats are 1st and 10 on the Hamilton 54-yard line. Roger Savoy is shaken up.
Just got word from down below, Johnny, that the commissioners ruled that they will definitely proceed with the game at least until halftime.
Okay, well, we have 6 minutes and 33 seconds remaining to the halftime. 14 to 6 is the score. And Roger Savoy is shaken up. There's Joe Zuger, the Hamilton quarterback, who has not had too much success passing this afternoon.
Well, he's ready for that sun in case it comes out again. You can see the eyeshadow under his eyes. Take off the glare. Those aren't two black eyes, just in case you were wondering.
Zuger has completed 1 out of 8 passes for a total of 7 yards. Well, now coming in to replace Roger Savoy will be number 65, Neil Thomas. It's a 1st and 10 situation for the Tiger Cats on their own 54. Easterly and Henley, 20 and 26, move out to the left. Zuger going back to throw down the middle, and it is good. Taken by Easterly on the 40. And that's good for 17 yards and a first down as Kenny Plain from safety came up to make the tackle. 14 to 6 is the score, and we've lost that end of the field again. Coming right back in, and 1st and 10 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the 39-yard line. And Winnipeg looks like they're offside. Joe Zuger takes off. He's hit on the 37-yard line. It is Hamilton's, at least the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, offside. We just have word from the weather office now. There is no hope for improvement in the weather, and that's bad news. 1st and 5 now on that offside. Hamilton 1st and 5 on the Winnipeg 34-yard line. Again, Zuger and Henley out to the left, and here's Zuger going back to throw, looking to that middle down there, and it's a long one intended for Patterson, and no good. Second down and 5 to go, and we've lost the sign, so we have no idea what the time is. We'd guess at about 5 minutes remaining to halftime. And she's really rolling in off that lake right now. Vitti, the right end. Number 73, Decker, the left end. Number 75, Caleb flanks left. Henley goes in motion left. They hand off to Bobby Kuntz, and Kuntz hit right at that line of scrimmage. The ball is loose, and I don't know whether Winnipeg was in there to recover it before the whistle or not. Yes, they did. They got it. And so the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have recovered on the 35-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10. Well, I've been in some strange sports situations in my lifetime, but nothing can compare with this one. We can just make out the stands on the far side once more. 1st and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on their 35-yard line. That's the first fumble of the game. Lewis, 29, flanks to the right. The left end punts to number 10 is split off. And Hal Ledyard fakes to Shepard. He's hit from behind and dropped back on the 25-yard line. Zeno Kars comes up with a football, and he keeps going, but the whistle had gone. Big Pete Newman was in there to drop him back on the 25. Karst picked up the ball and started to run just in case. And we're getting a 5-minute whistle signal. Well, there's a total loss of 8, making it 2nd down and 18 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, who were ruled grounded on the Winnipeg 27-yard line. Kenny Plain is back in at quarterback, and he hands to Leo Lewis, who slants off tackle, heading for the sideline and pulled down on the 33-yard line. He did not quite get back to the original line of scrimmage as Zeno Karst came up on the left corner to pull him down. Leo Lewis set the rushing record, a tremendous average last year of 8.7 yards in the Western Conference. Winnipeg passers have lost 31 yards on 4 plays. Now, I don't know what's happening on the far side of the field. It is 3rd and 12. We assume that that's Shepard back there to punt. Yes, it is, and I have no idea where the ball is. Moving over here is Tommy Grant. He takes it and moves to the 40. And he finally dropped there with Farrell Funston moving in on him. A 7-yard return, and the Tiger Cats have a 1st and 10 on their own 43-yard line. Zuger going to be throwing, and it is no good. Tipped away by Dave Burkholder, number 52, intended for 73, Dave Vitti. Second down and 10 to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. They've got Hardeman Currett, number 51, at left guard. Kelly, 54, at right guard. Nagurski, 60, at right tackle. The Noble, 62, at left tackle. And there's Joe Zuger. Got a good close-up on there, and we can take a look at him. Throwing on that right side to Hal Patterson is good, and he goes to the Winnipeg 52-yard line. It was Dick Thornton who made the tackle. That gain was good for 15 yards. And our 1st and 10 on the Winnipeg Blue Bomber 52-yard line. Kuntz and Caleb line up in tight. Zuger drops back to pass. He's being chased by somebody. He disappears in the fog on the far side, and I don't know where he's brought down.
Well, I've heard of hidden ball plays, but hidden fog plays is something a little different. Up here on the roof, Johnny, we just barely see them, but down on that, the way those cameras can cut through down a little lower, you get a fair idea. But people up in the higher seats are just guessing not at what's going on, they're guessing at where the field is.
Well, there's nothing you can do, and very little you can say. That looked like a 1st down signal there. The temperature was 49 degrees at the start of the game. There's a 3-minute whistle signal. Now we've gone to our camera at the end of the field so you can get a look at this one. There's Joe Zuger, and he's dropping back to throw. And the pass out there on that left side is good, and stepping into touch is Johnny Henley, number 26, being covered by number 70, Norm Rawhouse. Round of applause there for Johnny Henley. We now have 2 minutes and 59 seconds remaining to halftime. And there is Jim Trimble. Chetnick's a 46 at center as the Cats break over the ball. 44 Warren, 52 Burkholder. Zuger rolling out to his right. Still going with the ball. Up to the 10-yard line, and he moves into about the 3-yard line before he is pulled down. Maybe he reached the 2 as Nick Miller, number 24, came over to make the tackle. And we have a player shaken up. That camera that you're seeing that end on the far side of the far end of the field, Paul Dojak, the referee, is coming to the bench, and he is indicating, I think he's probably checking to see the 3-minute whistle.
But we're trying to find out how much time to go, Johnny. He can't see that clock either, and he's a little farther away than we are.
Well, they say that tower camera down there at the far end of the field. We can't see the tower, nor can we see the end of the field looking down, except on our monitors. Hardeman Curitan is the injured Hamilton Tiger Cat player. And John Barrow goes in to replace him at offensive left guard. There's the Winnipeg defense. 11 playing the safety man, 52 Burkholder, the left side linebacker with 55 Sherwin Thorson, 63 Steve Patrick at middle guard, 61 Hamlin, 44 Warren, and 23 at least Delvaux. The Hamilton Tiger Cats up over the ball, and it's Joe Zuger handing off to Bobby Kuntz. He's got the touchdown. Bobby Kuntz is over for the touchdown. Makes it a 14-12 ball game. Johnny Henley and Bobby Kuntz have scored the touchdowns for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And we now have 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining to halftime. The convert attempt, and is it wide? It looks like it's wide. No good. That makes the score 14-12 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers over the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Well, in the halftime show that was slated to go 23 minutes, I don't know whether they're going to do it or not because nobody could see it from in the stands. There's number 24, Tim Reed of the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Fine rookie going for them as their number 2 fullback or flanker and a linebacker. It's going to be an eerie feeling for that kickoff, and these receivers suddenly going to have to figure out where the ball might be. Don Southern up to the ball, and it's down there somewhere. Well, I haven't any idea what happened to it.
Well, you get an idea of what it's like when you're going down under that thing. You can see all the action going on. You know, you try and follow the play where the action is. And heck, they were nowhere near. I think a few boys figured, well, nobody can see us. Let's settle a few differences.
We now have word that they have decided to cut the halftime to 15 minutes. And I don't know if that's going to help at all. It's a 14-12 ball game, and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have the ball back on the Winnipeg 20-yard line. First and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Winnipeg 20. They lead 14-12. And Hal Ledyard is the quarterback. He is blocked back to the ball, came loose. There's a scramble for it, and the Hamilton Tiger Cats have recovered. Hal Ledyard, who had the ball shaken loose, came after it a second time, but the Hamilton Tiger Cats were in there quickly to recover, and the Hamilton Tiger Cats now have the ball on the Winnipeg Blue Bomber 18-yard line. 1 minute and 41 seconds remaining to halftime. First and 10 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And Joe Zuger rolling out to his left, forced back to his right. It's down to the 20. Henley into the 10, the 5, and he's over for a touchdown. Johnny Henley. Full reverse from quarterback Joe Zuger.
Beautiful play there, set up by Zuger. He's been hurting him with those rollouts of his. They had to be aware of him. They sent a man in motion in that direction. Pulled the Winnipeg defense over there, And then that speedy Henley came around with lots of blocking in front of him, little fancy running, and he walked in there for that touchdown.
Well, 1 minute and 23 seconds left to halftime. 18-14, and the convert is good, which makes it 19-14. Fog is starting to lift again for a moment. And we have 1 minute and 23 seconds remaining in the half. Winnipeg is now behind 19-14. But just for a moment, when it appears like the fog is lifting and you can see the field again, it comes right back down just as quickly. So Garney Henley has scored his second touchdown of the game. One went 74 yards. This one went 18 yards. There's the kick by Don Southern. And down there somewhere is the ball.
Well, actually, it isn't as bad for the ball players right out there as it appears on the screen. I think your vision is pretty good for about 50 yards, but we're a couple of 100 yards away from the screen, so are the cameras. Makes it a little tough, but that looked like a lot of action. I don't know what happened, but it looked interesting.
The ball is on the Winnipeg 45-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And Hal Ledyard fakes a fullback draw, throwing out here on the left side is good to the 50. Ernie Pitts back to the Hamilton 50, and he's dragged down on the 48-yard line by number 12, Gary Schreider. Number 77, Ernie Pitts. The 1 minute flag is up. 54 seconds remaining in the first half of play, with Hamilton leading 19-14. 17 yards was the length of the gain. And, man, we're going to have something to tell our grandchildren about, aren't we?
I wonder what those people in Vancouver are chortling about. I hear some loud chuckles. There's only one place it can be coming from, probably Bill Clancy.
1st and 10 as the 1 minute flag is still up. Here's Kenny Plain looking to his left, gives here to Funston. Funston is dropped on the 36-yard line. That's good for 13 yards and a first down. 30 seconds remaining in the first half. Kenny Plain stepping back. He faked that quick pass and then took one step to his left and hit Farrell Funston. Now Plain goes out of the ball game, and Hal Ledyard is in. 21 Shepard, 28 James, 29 Lewis. Hal Ledyard going straight back this time. The rush is on down the middle, and it's good to Leo Lewis to the 20, the 15, the 10. He's gone. Leo Lewis for his second touchdown.
Well, there was a play sent in from the bench, and oh, what a beautiful execution there. They hit Farrell Funston with a quick pass. Leo Lewis trailing. Funston didn't seem to have his hands on it at all. He just took it and flipped it over, and Leo Lewis broke away for that touchdown.
20-19 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, with 20 seconds remaining in the half. Kenny Plain will hold. Jerry James will attempt. The boot is good. It is now a 21-19 ball game. This would have been a great half of football to see. We'll show you some of those highlight plays at halftime. Well, there's the official word from Commissioner Sidhalter that they have reduced it by 2:15 minutes at halftime, and the most optimistic report, or the best thing we've heard since that fog rolled in yesterday, was for some improvement. One reason why they decided at 11 o'clock this morning to gamble on going ahead with this game, of course, was the fact that the weatherman said he couldn't promise anything any better for tomorrow. Caleb is back along with Tommy Grant on this kickoff. We have to stay to the ground camera there to try to see what's happening on that far side of the field unless the vision was blocked. But we have no alternative to go to a high camera here. 47-yard boot and an 8-yard run back. Gordy Walker, a statistician, must have some radar to get that. First and 10 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 29. This is the last play of the half. The gun finally sounds to end it, with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers leading the Hamilton Tiger Cats 21-19. The telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto.
Well, Mr. Filoni, everybody else is talking about it. Have you ever played in anything even remotely approaching this situation?
No, Steve, I've never played in any type of elements such as are out there today. The ball players are playing in a tremendous fog, and I've never had an opportunity to play in such a
mud and
weather.
Snow and bad wind, but nothing
never
like this.
fog.
Eh? All right. Incidentally, does this ball game remind you of any Grey Cup game you've played in?
Yes, Steve, 1958, I believe, playing in Vancouver when it was a 35-28 ball game, and it was a seesaw game back and forth. And this game today is very similar to that. And two ball players out there in the field are really vying for that outstanding ball player of the game, Garney Henley from the Hamilton Tiger Cats and Leo Lewis, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Henley's outstanding breakaway speed was evident in his 74-yard touchdown run and the second touchdown on the reverse and his brilliant pass catching ability. And the same was accounted for Leo Lewis when he was catching that pass and broke away for the long touchdown run and the quick-off tackle, his power and so forth. Two great football players, two great teams playing out there, and certainly is an exciting Grey Cup, Steve.
Well, Bernie, under the horrible conditions, it's an amazing Grey Cup. Breaks, certainly, and penalties have played some part in the ball game so far, and we're anxious to see what's going to happen in the second half. And right now, let's find out exactly what's happening at the stadium during halftime.
Here they are, there's Winnipeg Blue Bombers with the ball. This was early in the game when the sun was shining and the fog hadn't arrived. This is what this game is supposed to look like. We can't see it at the moment, but Winnipeg are punting here. Tommy Grant, Don Southern. Notice they don't put expendables back on the punts here. Don Southern with the ball, and give you an idea of the kind of tackling that's been going out there. The boys are, I think the word expression is playing for keeps.
I would say this is when they have to do it.
And the Hamilton Tiger Cats with first down on their own 29-yard line. Here they are breaking the huddle. Oh, that sun looks good. Joe Zuger, there's the handoff to Bobby Kuhn. They're seem to be working on the tackles, and they're taking a lot of the part I can't understand so far, Brad, is the way they're taking dead aim at Herbie Gray. This is a department that you normally stay away from.
That ankle injury of Herb is, no doubt about it, is giving him problems. He's been blocked out on early plays. He's always a threat.
Well, here it comes now. Watch number 26 here. Want to see that unbalanced Hamilton line? There he goes, popping right through, beats one man, and now watch the block. Beautiful block there by Caleb, and now watch Dave Beatty. And notice how this Henley sets up the blocks. Just made it over the goal line. But there's a beautiful exhibition of running where a kid makes it just that much easier for his blockers. The telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto.
Well, the statistical board is a reflection of the scoreboard. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers have an edge in first downs, 13-10. The Tiger Cats have a big edge on rushing, thanks to Garney Henley, 162 yards to 75 for Winnipeg. Passing, here's where Winnipeg has the big edge. 10 out of 17 completed for 167 yards. Hamilton 4 out of 12 for 68 yards. There have been no interceptions. Each team fumbled once, and in each case, the other side recovered. Penalties, 3 penalties for 20 yards against Winnipeg, 5 for 55 yards against the Tiger Cats. Punt, 6 by each team. Hamilton has a slight edge, about 1 yard per punt. No field goals have been tried. Individual standouts, Leo Lewis has picked up 35 yards rushing and has picked up another 54 yards on 3 passes. Kenny Plain has 42 yards rushing on the only 2 rushes he made. Ernie Pitts has caught 3 of the Winnipeg passes for 64 yards. Garney Henley, as we mentioned before, is the standout for Hamilton, 92 yards on 2 rushes, and he also caught 1 pass, good for 29 yards. And Joe Zuger, whose passing hasn't been too good, has shown up as a pretty good runner, 39 yards on 3 rushes.
Thank you very much, Gordy Walker. And now let's watch these square dancers go again.
Like that. Spread those circles out to a great big ring, a royal ring. That's what you do. Now swing that girl, you do. Swing that girl, that pretty little girl. Now 1 and 4, Alamanda. Grand, right and left. A royal grand. A royal grand. You meet those 2 and circle up 4. That's what you do. Swing in 4s, around you go. Swing in 4s. Make it 8. It's 8 in a ring by the garden gate. Circle up 8 till you get straight. Now all join hands to the center fall. Now bow to your partner. Your crowd too, and promenade.
Oh, just a reminder, the telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto.
Bernie, half a ball game to go. How do the players feel right now?
Well, they're probably thinking about right now that this is the second half coming up. It's been a real tight ball game, 19-21, and I think that the ball players are going to be coming out ready. We can win. Both clubs are saying this. We know we can win. It should be a real good second half. And I know that the fans are looking forward to it, and the ball players are too. So when they come out in the second half, I think you'll see a lot of good hard tackling, such as the first half has shown, and possibly a little less passing because that fog is pretty tough. And let's get back to the second half in just a few minutes.
The teams have returned to the field, and they're anxious and ready to go. The halftime show is unfortunately not going to be able to finish. And like everybody else who has worked so hard for so long to prepare for this real big day in Canadian sports history, all unfortunately have to suffer somewhat because of the weather conditions, over which, of course, there is no control. The Hamilton Tiger Cats with Coach Jim Trimble. They trailed 21-19 at halftime, and it is a well-known fact that the Hamilton Tiger Cats have been the second half club, certainly of the Eastern Conference. Winnipeg Blue Bombers are the counterpart in the Western Conference, having won their games in the second half and in certainly the late stages of the second half, as you Calgary fans so well know. There you see Frank Cosentino, number 11, warming up for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Cosentino is a third-year quarterback with the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and we may see something of Cosentino in this second half. He was good for 6 touchdowns and completed 47% of his passes in the all of the season in which he played. Montreal people wondering why nobody's talking about the Grey Cup for Montreal in 1967. Well, you never know. The teams are getting ready. They're lining up there, but we still have some of the performers down there at one end of the field, and it's going to take a moment before we can get that part of the field cleared up and get ready to go again. There you see Don Southern getting ready for the kickoff. The referee is Paul Dojak. The umpires are Seymour Wilson, Bill Nairn, Norm Maxwell, with Jim Piper and Ray Boucher, the head linesman, and the field judge. You know, Winnipeg holds most of the Western Conference pass receiving records, or maybe you should say Ernie Pitts does. He holds the record for the most touchdown passes with 16, the most yards gained on passes with 1,126, and is tied with his present coach, Bud Grant, for the most receptions with 68. Well, we're ready to go now, and there is the kickoff by Don Southern. We can see the field, although the far end down there is not too clear. Leo Lewis takes it on the 10, to the 15, to the 20, 25, 30, up to the 35, is hit on the 35 and dragged down on the 36-yard line by Ken Kilray, number 16. Number 61, John Barrow, 64, Bob Minahane standing by. 57-yard kickoff, a 28-yard return, and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have a 1st and 10 on the Winnipeg Blue Bomber 37-yard line. It's 21-19 in favor of Winnipeg as we get set for the first play from scrimmage in the second half of the 62 Grey Cup. Leo Lewis sets out wide to the left as quarterback Kenny Plain gets his offense rolling. Halfbacks in motion right. Plain down the center, intended for Ernie Pitts, rolled out of his hands, in and out of the hands of Ralph Goldston, and incomplete. That'll make it 2nd down and 10 to go for Winnipeg on the Winnipeg 37. Hamilton has Schreider on the right corner and Carson on the left, but they have Don Southern moving up almost onto the line to cover Jerry James, the fullback, who's flanking wide to the left. Kenny Plain back in the pocket. The big rush is on. The screen up the middle is Shepard to the 45, and he's dropped on the 45-yard line by Zeno Kars. That's the same play they used late in the second quarter where they open that middle, let the big line charge in, then they dump that screen ahead, and the gain is to the 46-yard line, which makes it 3rd down and 1 to go. And Coach Bud Grant is not taking any chances. Rick Potter, 26, and number 24, Nick Miller, come in, and therefore it means a punting situation. Charlie Shepard will boot from the Winnipeg 32. They're only a yard away from the first down, but they're not taking any chances with that slim lead. Shepard pounds a low wobbler that comes down to Southern on the 22. He faked the lateral, keeps going to the 25, and gets away from lateral and is dropped on the 29-yard line. Ernie Pitts was down there to make it, and that tackle stopped him on a 6-yard run back after a 42-yard boot. It is 1st and 10 now for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 29-yard line. There's Joe Zuger with his offensive tackles, Nagurski 60 and DeNoble 62. Veedy at left end 73. Caleb goes in motion right with Henley. Bobby Kuntz takes the handoff, and he's met on the 33-yard line and dropped by Jack Delvo. Steve Patrick. And the rest of that big Winnipeg defensive line with Hamlin helping out. It's a gain of 3, 2nd down, and 7 yards to go. And Bobby Kuntz has been having a tough time with that Winnipeg defensive line this afternoon. I think it's been one of the key factors in the score as it stands at the moment. Joe Zuger fumbles the ball, picks it up, passes good to Decker, and Decker laterals wild. It's picked up back on the 48-yard line, and Hal Patterson has recovered. And it looks like he has sufficient for the first down. Well, Joe Zuger fumbled the ball, picked it up, threw a strike to Paul Decker, 75. Decker was hit. He threw laterally and wildly, intending it for Hal Patterson. He recovered, and it is now 1st and 10, Hamilton on the Hamilton 42. Henley, 26, breaks off in motion left. And Joe Zuger hands to Bobby Kuntz, tries to turn the corner this time, and he makes it to the 50-yard line for a gain of 8. They changed Bobby Kuntz's pattern there. Instead of trying to split the tackle and end where he's been having trouble, they sent him outside the end this time, and Garland Warren, number 44, the right inside backer, was over there to make the tackle. 2nd down and 3 to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Going low with the cameras now as the handoff is taken by Kuntz. The fog is rolling in heavier again. And it looks like they've stopped him on about the 52. Nick Miller, number 24, made the tackle. And they appear to be short of a first down by about a yard. The Hamilton fans start the go, go, go chant to gamble on 3rd and 1. And that's probably what they're going to do because there's no action on the bench.
Hardeman Kiernan indicated that there's about the length of the ball to go, Johnny.
Third down and 1, and the straight dive to the center, and it doesn't look like he made it. Looks like the Winnipeg Blue Bombers will take over as Bobby Kuntz was met head on. And then there to greet him was Steve Patrick. Telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto. It's coming down. It's thicker than ever again now. We can't see the far side of the field. So we'll have to go down on the ground to take a look at this play. 1st and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And it's Kenny Plain taking one handoff, throwing back to the opposite side, and it's no good. Incomplete. Gino Cars is over there to cover Farrell Funston. And it'll be 2nd down and 10 to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Hamilton 51. And Vince Scott is rushed into the ball game for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Scott plays either the defensive left tackle or defensive right tackle, which is what he's been doing most of the year. Ron Ray is the injured Hamilton Tiger Cat player as he comes to the bench. Winnipeg Blue Bombers are 2nd down and 10. And it's Kenny Plain rolling out to his right this time. And he is caught back there. There's a loss of 9 yards on the play, which will make it 3rd down and 19 to go. Back to the Winnipeg Blue Bomber 50-yard line, and there is a Hamilton Tiger Cat player shaken up on the play. Zeno Karts is the injured Hamilton player. 21-19 is the score. Winnipeg Blue Bombers leading the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And again, we can't see the clock, so we're going to have to try to guess at the times for you. Bobby Kuntz will go in to replace Zeno Kars on the left corner. Well, that should scare the fog away. Maybe that was aimed at the weatherman. Winnipeg quarterbacks have been thrown for losses 5 times this afternoon, and that's a total loss of 40 yards. It is now 3rd down and 19 to go, and this is going to be a very exciting play on this punt. Boot by Shepard. And let's see, it's coming back to the 15-yard line, taken on the 20 to the 25, and running the ball back to the 25-yard line was Tommy Grant. They ruled that he was dropped on the 26, so it'll be 1st and 10 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats there. 46-yard boot, a 12-yard return. Jamie Caleb is the ball carrier as he moves into the 30-yard line, reaching over to the 31. And he picks up 4 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 6 to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Judge Gray, Herbie Gray, and Delvo made the tackles. And it is a 2nd and 6 situation for Hamilton on the 30-yard line. That's the first time Caleb has carried the ball in this afternoon's ball game. And we thought we saw the field there for a moment, but another big wave comes in as the play goes to its left as Joe Zerger still rolling out. And he is finally dropped just over the 55-yard line. It was Kenny Plain who made the tackle. There's a clipping signal. A clipping penalty on the play. And we can't see the official to see who it is against. It looks like the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and that's the direction he is now pointing. Kenny Plain stands by the referee Paul Dojak as they bring the ball back in. It was a 2nd and 6 situation. Zuger had picked up the 1st down, but the clipping penalty brings it back. Clipping penalty was against the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Well, I don't think there have ever been as many U.S.-trained football players in a Grey Cup game. In addition to 13 imports aside, Hamilton has 13 naturalized Canadians with Goldston, Scott, and Curitin. Well, it is now 2nd down and 6 to go for the Tiger Cats on the 30, depending on whether they march those sticks back. And make it 1st down back on the 21. Because they had made the 1st down before the clipping penalty occurred, they bring it back to the point, march off the yardage, and make it 1st down. So the Hamilton Tiger Cats have the ball as Joe Zuger hands off up the center, and it's number 61 Hamlin hitting Bobby Kuntz. It's a loss of a yard on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 11 to go back on the 20.
Winnipeg have that play that they were using Hamilton were using so effectively against Montreal, well scouted. That's the one where they send all the men in motion one direction and sort of send Bobby Kuntz off on what we call the short end. But Winnipeg have been waiting for him all afternoon.
2nd down, 11 to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats, who trail 21-19. Here's Joger taking a lot of time. Joe Zuger throwing long and deep down there. There's a great catch. And Arnie Henley was the ball player who came up with that ball.
We just got word that Joe Radcliffe, the Hamilton spotter, has given up completely. He's gone down to see if he can see some of the game.
The telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto. A 53-yard pass to Garney Henley, and here we have action rolling to the right, and I can't tell. I have any idea what happened there.
Joe Zuger rolled out again, threw a forward pass. I couldn't see who it was. It looked like the way he was running, it looked like Garney Henley. He just ran away from everybody, and he's about the only guy that can do that.
All we know is that the Hamilton Tiger Cats have gone on top again. 25-21, and they haven't had too much success kicking converts. And those missed converts could be the telling factor when this is all over. Dave Beatty, we now have word from down below that it was Dave Beatty who caught that touchdown pass. Convert is good. Dave Beatty caught the pass, and it's an amazing thing. There is Sid Halter, the commissioner, just wondering what he can do next.
He says it's lifting. He says it's lifting either that or he's trying to lift it.
26-21 is now the score in favor of the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Boy, we really built up to a great classic this year, and it's just a shame that you can't see it. Hamilton Tiger Cats with Don Southern kicking to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. We can see a little bit of the field again now. 7 minutes and 58 seconds remaining in the third quarter. There's Don Southern up to the ball. Somebody has it back to the 25. It looks got to be Leo Lewis. Nobody else runs like that through the fog. The 50 to the 45. There's only one man, Tim Reed, and he finally brings him down on the 32-yard line. Well, it's going to be a 1st and 10, a 54-yard kick, a 67-yard return, and it was Leo Lewis who carried it. Winnipeg Blue Bombers are 1st and 10 on the Hamilton 32-yard line. Bombers over the ball, and Hal Ledyard is now in there at quarterback, and Ledyard hands off, and it goes into the 28-yard line. That looked like Jerry James carrying the ball. Yes, it was Jerry James. Second down and 6 to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Hamilton Tiger Cat 28. Number 10, Farrell Funston. 29 is Lewis. 21, Shepard. 28 is Jerry James. And number 12 is the quarterback, Hal Ledyard, who did such a great job for the Bombers in the 2 years he's been there. He's been a great old fireman for them. And here is Ledyard. Fakes once, throws out on the left side, and it's good to Funston to the 25, and he's hit hard by Sam Fernandez, number 25, and piled up on the 21-yard line. It's good enough for the first down. The score is 26-21 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats over the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And I noticed another change here with Zeno Karst going in. Vince Scott is coming out. So they're going into a 4-man line, now a 5-man line, trying to get the rush on in this 1st and 10 situation. Lewis goes in motion right. They fake to Shepard. Give to Lewis. Lewis is hit on the 20 and is driven back. Angelo Mosca made the tackle on Leo Lewis, and it is now second down. They ruled that he had reached the 19-yard line before he was driven back, so it's a gain of 1.5 yards. It'll be second down and about 9 to go. Second down, 9 to go for Winnipeg on the Hamilton 19-yard line. Winnipeg Blue Bombers moving after that long run back. Here is Ledyard dropping back, throwing out here on the left side. Lewis is wide open, and he gives a straight arm. He's down to the 5. He slips and falls on the 3-yard line. He gave a straight arm there to Gary Schreider that knocked him right back, and Lewis took off and was finally ruled down on the 4. There's the scoreboard again for the first time in some time, 26-21 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Winnipeg with 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the first, or at least the third quarter. Joe Zuger goes in at safety. Sam Fernandez comes out. Schreider goes to middle linebacker. Don Southern comes up on the right corner. There's Winnipeg now getting set as 1st and goal to go on the Hamilton 4-yard line. And they hand off to Charlie Shepard. He's over for the touchdown. Charlie Shepard. Charlie Shepard. And that's the first time Charlie Shepard has carried the ball this afternoon. So the 28-year-old veteran from North Texas State, in his 6th year with Winnipeg, comes back to get a big one for them. And that now makes the score 27-26 for Winnipeg. Jerry James trying for the extra point, and it is good. It is good. 28-26 now for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Well, I tell you, we just got to get that weatherman some tickets on the 55-yard line next year. We can't have him this mad at us again. Winnipeg Blue Bombers huddling before their kickoff. It's Jerry James teeing up the ball. James, who came right out of high school football to go with the Bombers 10 years ago, he's up to the ball, and he pounds it down to the 30. It's a bit of a bouncer over there, and is finally fielded by Caleb to the 25 to 30, cuts back into the middle, hit by Ernie Pitts, and dropped on the 37-yard line. Jamie Caleb brings the ball back to the Hamilton 37, where it'll be 1st and 10. 47-yard boot, a 19-yard return.
And here she comes again.
Kenny Plain is talking to the referee, Paul Dojak, and I wonder if they're talking about the weather. Captain Paul Decker of the Hamilton Tiger Cats moves into the conversation as well. Whatever it was, they're satisfying. Hamilton offensively are setting up with Beatty and Decker. DeNoble, Nagurski, Curtin, Mixa, and Kelly. And here we go, 1st and 10, and Joe Zuger Hands off to Bobby Coons to the 40, into the 44-yard line before he is stopped by Nick Miller. And that is a gain of 7 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 3 to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 44. Number 7, Hal Patterson, splits off to the right. There's 30, Caleb. And they have Joe Zuger faking a Kuntz, steps around that corner, and is finally driven out. Just at about the 48, and the telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto. First and 10 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Cats 48, and Joe Zuger gives to Jamie Caleb, tries to slant off left tackle, moves into the 52-yard line. And I'd just like to say to our confrere Jack Wells, who got a bad dose of the flu for the last 2 days and was ordered by the doctor to stay in his hospital room up there, or at least his room at the hotel, and was unable to be with us today. He's probably lucky. Joe Zuger throwing to Garney Henley on that sideline, back into the middle, into the 45-yard line, back to the 50, up to the 45 again, and he disappears on that side somewhere. Oh, he got a first down out of it as Garney Henley got to the 40-yard line, and I believe made it to about the Winnipeg 38. And Kenny Plain was in to make the tackle. We have a Winnipeg player shaken up. The gain was 19 yards. And Herbie Gray, way back here on the 45-yard line, you just make him out down there, is being helped. He's getting off and going off under his own steam now. So Herbie Gray is okay. Tommy Grant goes into the ball game to replace Garney Henley. And I guess we've got about 3 minutes left in the third quarter, if that much. We'll get another time here for you. It is 1st and 10 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Winnipeg 38. It's Joe Zuger rolling out to his right once more behind Ellison Kelly, throwing down to that sideline, and it looks like it shook loose. There's a penalty, a rough play called on the player who hit Tommy Grant. There's the rough play signal. I wonder how the historians are going to treat this one. The ball is brought back to the about the 23, so it'll be an automatic first down for the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and the ball is placed on the 24-yard line. So that's where it is, 1st and 10 now for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Winnipeg 24. Winnipeg lines up, and they give them that big middle there, trying to get the rush. Joe Zuger back to throw, down deep in that long right sideline, and it goes incomplete. And Garney Henley almost draped over the steel railing. Just about 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter of play. Back to the 25-yard line, ready to go again in a 2nd and 10 situation for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And here's Zuger faking to the fullback, rolling out to the right again, throwing down there, intending it for Paul Decker. Dick Thornton was over to cover, and it's incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 10. Winnipeg Blue Bombers 28, the Hamilton Tiger Cats 26. with less than 3 minutes remaining to the end of the third quarter, and I believe I see some sun up there somewhere. Frank Cosentino goes in to hold on a field goal attempt at the 32-yard line, and everybody moving in. It looks like it must have been good because nobody was trying to run it back, but we haven't seen a signal as yet. It's going to be at least a single point. Winnipeg not trying to run it out. It was a wide field goal, and so the score is now 28-27. Well, Garnie Henley has picked up 92 yards on 2 rushes. He's got 101 yards on 3 catches, 193 yards in 5 plays. Winnipeg Blue Bombers will scrimmage 1st and 10 from the Winnipeg 25, following the single point scored by Hamilton. Al Ledyard, number 12, is the quarterback, straight back, fakes one, throwing down to that long right side this time. And there's a fine catch over there by Ernie Pitts as he steps right into that Blue Bomber bench. And he went out at the 52-yard line. So that's good for a gain of 27 yards. And now we can see that third quarter, or at least the far side of the field for the first time now in the third quarter. 28-27, Winnipeg over Hamilton. The Blue Bombers are on their own 52-yard line. Flankers to the left, and Ledyard hands off to Leo Lewis. Lewis goes to the midfield stripe and is piled up right on the 55-yard line. Hit him there by Sam Fernandez, and it is a gain of 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7. 2nd down and 7 to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers right on the midfield stripe. Original line of scrimmage on this sequence was the Winnipeg 52. Now at midfield, and we have a change in quarterbacks with Hal Ledyard going out and Kenny Flane coming in. 28-27 is the score for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Lewis and Henley have each scored 2. Latterell flanks out to the left. Lewis goes in motion right. They fake the Shepherd plane, slips and falls, and then is hit there by Ron Ray. Just back of the line of scrimmage about a yard. It'll be a 3rd and 8 situation. 53 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Third down and 8 yards to go. They lost 1. They're back to the 54. And Don Southern will come back with Garnie Henley for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 15 and 10-yard lines, respectively. Charlie Shepherd boots from the Winnipeg 40. He's got a dandy, and this one comes to Henley on the 12. First man in is Rick Potter. Henley steps by him and then is dropped on the 21-yard line. Johnny Henley hit by Sherwin Thorson, number 55, and there's the 1-minute flag still up. 31 seconds showing on the clock. 44-yard boot, a 9-yard return. Hamilton Tiger Cats down 28-27, or first down on their own 21-yard line. And we have Joe Zuger handing off to Bobby Coons, cut from behind by Dave Burkholder and dropped on the 25. Garland Warren, number 44, and the talk was just before the game that Warren was a definite non-starter. But, boy, he's in there and hanging real tough. 2nd down and 6 to go for the Tiger Cats on the 25-yard line. Easterly 20 and Henley 26 out to the left. Caleb 30 and Patterson 7 out to the right. And here is Zuger trying to get Patterson down deep there for a touchdown pass. And he was being covered there by Dick Thornton. Now Norm Rawhouse of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers is trying to claim offensive interference, but it's an incompleted pass. Gun sounds to end the third quarter with Winnipeg leading 28-27, and the telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto.
Here's to the everyday things that end up being everything. Here's to all things simple, with casual clothing and footwear from Marks.
Bernie, those of us who look for a defensive battle under these weather conditions are seeing a great offensive attack by both sides, and especially two men.
Yes, by Leo Lewis and Garney Henley. I certainly thought it would be an defensive battle this second half, but as an expert, I guess I'm wrong on this occasion. And certainly has turned out to be an offensive battle. And something else that we talked about, they're throwing a lot more than we expected. They're passing quite a bit, and we expected them to run quite a bit.
Well, maybe things are not quite as bad down in the field as they're made out, because they certainly wouldn't play that wide-open ball if they couldn't see where the ball was going or where their teammates were. Let's see what comes up in the final quarter.
At three-quarter time, it's 28-27 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And in the Grey Cups, these two clubs have had. In 35, Winnipeg beat Hamilton 18-12. In 53, Hamilton beat Winnipeg 12-6. In 57, Hamilton beat Winnipeg 30-7. In 57, that is. In 58, Winnipeg beat Hamilton 35-28. In 1959, Winnipeg beat Hamilton 21-7. And last year, Winnipeg beat Hamilton 21-14. So those are their meetings over the last 6 years. Winnipeg are in their 17th Grey Cup. They've won it 6 times. Over the coaching years here in the Eastern and Western Conferences, Bud Grant has won 75 and lost 21. Trimble 53 and 29. Winnipeg is 18 first downs, Hamilton 16. And in three quarters, we're ready to go with a 28-27 ball game. The forecaster says it's going to clear again. And the boot by Joe Zuger on a third down situation. He's got a dandy. Laterell goes all the way back to his 30, up to the 35, heading to the sideline. The 40 brought down by Angelo Mosca on the 40-yard line. So it'll be a 1st and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Winnipeg 40. 55-yard boot and a 10-yard run back. This is the first Grey Cup game that has grossed over $500,000. 10 years ago, it was valued at $125,000. That's total receipts. 1st and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Winnipeg 40. And Hal Ledyard, the quarterback. Number 12. Lewis flanks way wide to the left. Pitch the right end is split off. Laterell goes in motion. And here's Ledyard rolling out. Going down the middle, and it is intercepted by Fernandez up to the 45. And he comes back to the 43 and is dropped on the 41-yard line. Sam Fernandez goes up in the air to intercept that Ledyard pass. And he returns the ball to the Winnipeg 41-yard line with the Cats have a 1st and 10. That is the first pass interception of the ball game. Hamilton 1st and 10 on the Winnipeg 41-yard line. Joe Zuger hands it up to Garney Henley, and he tries to veer back over center. And he's knocked off stride by Steve Patrick, number 63, the middle guard. And Hamlin, the offensive right tackle, number 61. So it is a gain of a little bit less than 3, about 2. And that makes it 2nd and 8. Winnipeg now has Cease Looning in there playing a defensive left end in place of Herb Gray. Savoy is back in a tackle with Patrick, Hamlin, and Delvaux, the balance of that defensive line. Caleb peels out and goes in motion. Here is Zuger throwing a long one down there, intending it for Easterly. It's knocked down. Knocked down. And back there with Nick Miller waving his arms in the air, 24, in desperation. Thought he should have been able to intercept that one. It is 3rd down and 8 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats, who are unable to move the ball following the interception and the return. Winnipeg has completed 14 out of 23 passes for 223 yards. Hamilton 8 out of 20 for 186 yards. 1 interception. Hamilton has taken 70 yards in penalties. Winnipeg 35. It's going to be a field goal attempt from the 45-yard line by Don Southern. He kicked 12 to tie the record in the league play this year. This one is short. And Laterell comes up to the ball on the 5-yard line, puts his head down to the 9. He's dropped on the 9. Ron Watton, who was in there to snap for the field goal, was down to make the tackle on Latterell.
And famous last words by the weatherman. He assured us that the fog would lift.
The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are 1st and 10 on the Winnipeg 9-yard line, just in front of their goalposts. And it's a 28-27 ball game. Joe Williams in that offensive backfield, but they hand off to Leo Lewis, who picks his way to the 13-yard line. So that's a gain of 5. It'll be 2nd down. And just a little bit more than 5 yards to go. Fernandez in there to make the tackle. Wire from Vancouver. Roses in bloom over Empire Stadium. All is visible. 2nd down. 5.5 yards to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. On the 13, the Winnipeg 13-yard line. Latterell split wide to the right. And the pass down that far side. Sounds like it's incomplete. Not complete, rather, as they move the sticks on down the field. Among the strange things that are happening today, after a total of 15 punts, both of these teams are averaging exactly 42.2 yards. 1st and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Winnipeg 30. Al Ledyard is still the quarterback. Pitches out on the right side, and carrying the ball is Leo Lewis. Stopped by the left side of that Hamilton line, led by Angelo Mosca and number 61, John Barrow, the middle guard, with Grant McKee, 17.
It was a great shot of the way Lewis carries that ball. Keeps on amazing you how somebody doesn't steal it away from him. And Johnny's been doing that for a long while, and I haven't seen anybody steal it yet.
Second down and 8 to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. There's Latterell flanking to the right, and Ledyard faking to the fullback in motion and throwing down at that left side. And it looks like it's a completed pass up there near the 50-yard line.
Ernie Pitts caught that one, Johnny. He's coming up with another one of his ball games. He seems to save his best one for the playoffs and that Grey Cup game.
Ten minutes remaining in the 4th and final quarter. 28-27 is the score for Winnipeg. And the handoff. Good for a gain of about 2. Leo Lewis with Joe Williams, 22, blocking. And John Barrow made the tackle. 2nd down and 7 yards to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Winnipeg 48-yard line. Al Ledyard steps out of that huddle. Looks like somebody is injured out there. Garney Henley is going in for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And at this point, we have lost all contact with the field. Visually, that is. Jerry James is the injured ball player. And we have one of the umpires coming over to the timekeeper's bench to check on the time, because you can't see the clock either, even from down there on field level.
Let's hold up both hands with all fingers. How much time is that?
Have to go to our statistician for that one. 2nd down and 8 to go, the situation. Winnipeg Blue Bombers holding on to that 28-27 lead. The missed converts have been a big factor in this one. There's Ledger throwing down to that left side. Looks like a completed pass because they're getting ready to move the sticks, but we have no way of finding out yet. The telecast, this Grey Cup game, is coming to you from Toronto. They're measuring for the first down on that Winnipeg pass, just at the midfield stripe. Doesn't look like they had quite enough for the first down. I'm going to go out and measure it once again just to make sure. Oh, boy. Kenny Plain has just come back in for Ledyard, and on the second measure, looks like they now have the first down.
On the Hamilton 54.
Well,
that was an incompleted forward pass. I feel sorry for the poor PA guy. He's just guessing out there. Ledyard had been in, so he called Ledyard, but it was Kenny Plain throwing out in the flat, and it missed.
oh, boy, that's all we can see down there now. We can just see the helmets on the Hamilton bench, and we can see the near sideline. The fog is worse now than it has been all day.
Now Ledyard's back in at quarterback now, Johnny.
I heard a couple of whistles out there in the field somewhere, and Paul Dojak has come to the commissioner on the sideline. Yeah, this is the heaviest the fog has been, and there's the commissioner now with the Secretary Harry McBride, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they're going to have to decide to hold this for a while because it's now the heaviest it has been. They're calling the name out for one. There's the word from the commissioner, Sid Halder. He said this is, I guess, ridiculous at this point.
We just got word from the commissioner that the game will be halted for 5 minutes with both teams staying on their bench.
The teams will return to their benches. We will wait 5 minutes.
I think we should invite the weatherman not to tell us that fog is going to lift any. Well, let's just sit and watch those fans there for a minute. The reason we're getting a good picture there now is because we've turned the cameras back up into the crowd in the covered stands here, and the fog isn't getting up in there, so see if you notice any of your friends there.
We're getting those wires from Vancouver, Johnny. Yeah.
Telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto. Just while we're waiting for this, let's bring in Hal Walker just to recap the scoring plays as they have taken place, in case you may have missed them.
I hope I got them all here, John. Hamilton started off with a touchdown by Garney Henley on a 74-yard run. Don Southern converted, or missed the convert, rather, and it was 6-0. Leo Lewis got this back for Winnipeg in the second quarter on a 6-yard plunge, and Jerry James got the convert, and that put the Bombers on top, 7-6. Winnipeg went ahead. Charlie Shepard took a pass from Lewis. James converted this, and the Bombers were ahead 14-6. Then Hamilton came back with a touchdown by Bobby Kuntz on a 2-yard plunge. Don Southern again missed the convert, and the Bombers were ahead 14-12. Touchdown by Garney Henley on an 18-yard run, reverse play, and the convert by Southern put Hamilton on top 19-14. But before the half, Leo Lewis was back for a second touchdown after taking the lateral from Farrell Funson, who had taken a pass from Hal Ledger. Jerry James converted, and was Winnipeg 21 and Hamilton 19 at the half. In the third quarter, Dave Vitti on a pass from Joe Zuger, and the convert by Don Southern, his first to this point, put the Tiger Cats ahead 26-21. Winnipeg came back with another touchdown by Charlie Shepard on a 4-yard plunge, converted by James, and Winnipeg was ahead 28-26. Single by Don Southern before the end of the third quarter made the score 28 for Winnipeg and 27 for Hamilton, and that's what the score is to this point. And there's 9 minutes and 29 minutes left in the ball game.
We're trying to get a hold of
Right now you're taking a look at Ralph Sazio with some of his defensive stalwarts out there talking about what they might have to do in the 9 minutes and 29 seconds that remain in this ball game. Should it clear up enough that they can play anymore? I can see just a little bit more of the field now. Unfortunately, we are not able to show you the Winnipeg bench because they are on the far side of the field, and it's just we just can't shoot it, that's all. In the game so far, Leo Lewis has carried the ball 11 times and has picked up 48 yards. Kenny Plain has carried 3 times and has 41 yards. Now, he picked up one play that went 41 yards that helped set up their first touchdown. Kuntz carried 53 yards on 17 tries. And that's probably the toughest defense that he has run into according to that record. 53 yards on 17 carries for Bobby Kuntz. Garney Henley has carried the ball 3 times, has picked up 95 yards, and Joe Zuger on 4 rollouts has picked up 43 yards. In the pass receiving department, Garney Henley leads there with 3 catches and 101 yards. Leo Lewis has 4 catches for 69 yards. Farrell Funson has caught 4 passes for a total of 41 yards. And this is not counting 3 passes where the receiver was anonymous. Grant McKee of the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Second-year man. Well, now let's go down there to the field and get a little closer to the situation. The players they started to make a motion toward the field. There are still some players on the field. The referee, Paul Dojak, I see him now coming to the sideline from out there somewhere, and he's going to talk to the commissioner, Sid Halter, once more. A couple of fans out there on the field and being escorted to the sideline by some of Toronto's finest. Well, the odds makers had picked the Hamilton Tiger Cats as anywhere from 4.5 to 6.5 point favorites in this game. Winnipeg Blue Bombers are leading at 28 to 27 at the moment. But when these two clubs meet in Grey Cup games, you just never know what's going to happen at what stage of the game, and never leave until it's all over. The conference continues down there with the president of the CFL, Jake Gadar, now with Sid Halter and referee Paul Dojak. I see Paul Dojak goes to talk to Jim Trimble, and I don't know if that means they're going to try to resume play or not. It's not any better than it was when they stopped it. But now let's go down to the field again.
Commissioner of Football in Canada, Sid Halter, with a very unusual situation, perhaps the most unusual ever experienced in Grey Cup history. And what does your decision just mean, Sid?
We're going to delay the game for a 15-minute period and allow the teams to go to their dressing room.
And then from
see
there,
if we can start from there.
And they just play it by ear. If the fog doesn't lift, you make another decision.
If the fog doesn't lift and it looks as if it isn't going to lift, then we'll have to postpone the balance of the game until tomorrow, I'm afraid.
Which will leave about 9 minutes and 29 seconds of football.
That's right.
Thanks very much, Sid.
Right on.
Okay, John. Al Shaver, you got somebody?
Yes. I have the presidents of the two clubs involved here, Brad. Mr. Carl Wintermute for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, sir, and Jake Gador of the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Well, gentlemen, what effect do you think that this interruption is likely to have on the balance of the game? Jake, do you personally feel that we're going to see the end of it today?
Very hard to say, Al. It has been coming and going in waves that appear to be about 10 minutes apart. We're hoping that there will be another vacant spot in between these waves. That being the case, we'll be able to get this final 9 minutes in.
I believe there's 9 minutes and 29 seconds exactly left on the clock. Is that correct, Mr.
That's what I've heard, yes, that's right.
How do you feel about this interruption,
Well,
sir?
I think this is a little bit of Bomber luck. It's going to give our old legs, a chance to rest a bit. I think we're going to finish it off.
The last 2 years, we've certainly seen everything that could possibly happen, I think, on a Grey Cup day when these two clubs met, haven't we?
It's just unfortunate it has to be this type of action. It's just been a terrific football game and a tremendous crowd here, as you know. Wonderful plays, I thought. But I think we're going to see it out.
By the way, for you folks in Hamilton and you Tiger Cat fans, we were just talking to Tommy Grant in the dressing room a few moments ago. He was carried off on the stretcher, as you know. Tommy is going to be taken to the hospital now for examination. He seems to be having a little trouble with one of his legs, but when we were talking to him down there, he didn't seem to be in too much pain, and we certainly hope it's nothing serious. Have you had a chance to talk to him yourself, Jay?
No, I haven't, Al. Not at all, no.
Well, that's just about it from down the field here right now. We have another gentleman coming in here. Hello, sir. How are you? Mr. Roundtree, you are the official timer here at CNE Stadium, sir.
That's right.
What is the exact time left on the clock?
We have 9 minutes and 29 seconds.
9 minutes and 29 seconds.
That's right. And the two teams have been sent to their dressing rooms for 15 minutes, and then the commissioner will decide what the condition of the fog is.
What do you think chances are of finishing this off today yourself? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, we've never experienced anything like this, but the other stand does keep coming and going. We're just hoping that it will come back and stay for 10 minutes so that we can complete this.
Tell me, how long have you been a timekeeper at games in Toronto?
Well, I've done it as an offshoot. I've just about finished my time as a referee, and I'm secretary-treasurer of the Referees Association in Toronto here. And this is one of the jobs that goes with the association.
Have you ever before seen anything to compare with this in any way, in a football game of any kind?
Well, we've had a few heavy rainstorms, but I don't think we ever stopped the clock or stopped the game. No, I've never run into anything like this before.
Now, let's think back to the year 1950, a year when there was quite a to-do about the conditions of Varsity Stadium in the Grey Cup final, the year of the famous Mud Bowl. Which do you think would be more difficult to play in? Now, I know it would be awful tough sledding on the mud, but I just can't see how these players have been playing such a wonderful game as we've seen here today. I think this, to date, has been one of the most exciting Grey Cup games on record. Don't you go along with that?
Well, with the closeness of the score, yes. And as far as the players are concerned, I'm sure they'd rather play in this, because I can remember Rod Smiley trying to cover up that ball in the end zone, and the ball actually floated on the water before he did get to it.
Well, we've seen just about everything there is, I think. Thank you very much for talking. I think I see Harry McBride over there. Harry, come on in here, will you? Harry McBride of Toronto. How are you, Harry?
Not very well today. It's a little disappointing, and after all this work, culminates 11 months' work, and to have the fog roll in like this and be a disappointment to the fans and to the football team, it's just a little rough.
Tell me this, Harry. Supposing that the fog is just so bad that they can't possibly complete the game today, what do you think would happen tomorrow? Do you think we'd have many people come back to see 9 minutes and 29 seconds of football?
I think there would be a great number who would do this, but we're trying desperately to play this by ear and to get it through. We hope that we can.
How have you been impressed with the play in the game today yourself?
Well, it's my usual situation. I don't get to see this football game. It's all work for me.
I see Brad Keene has come back here with another guest, Brad, so we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, Al, thank you very much. We have Roger Hagberg with us of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, a fellow, hard-running fullback, sometimes halfback, who was dressed earlier this afternoon. And, Roger, what took place after you suited up and ran around for a bit?
Well, I hadn't run on the ankle since last Saturday, and I gave it a good try today. It was just a little too sore.
So you decided that...
well, I didn't decide.
The coach, the trainer, decided that discretion was a better part of valor. And exactly what was wrong with the ankle?
Well, I just had a pretty severe sprain in it, and it just didn't have enough time to heal. Another 4 days, I think, and it would have been ready.
Any comments on the game thus far that you might have noticed sitting in the back there and watching?
Yeah, well, you don't find a more exciting game, I guess, from the fans' viewpoint. Right now, it's going right down to the wire. I think that this is where the Bombers are always in the best, and I'm sure we're going to come out on top.
It's a tremendous contest and a very hard-hitting game, and I noticed Herbie Gray's ankle seemed to be kicking up with him a bit there occasionally as well.
It gets sore when he runs on a lot, and towards the end of the game is when it hurts him the most.
In your career as a football player, both professional and college, have you ever experienced a situation such as this with weather and a game being delayed?
No, this is the first time, Brad. Very first.
From a player's point of view, I guess it's a thing that they look forward to having if it ever does come up, because it gives them a chance to get back and sit down and discuss the thing and have a bit of a rest.
Well, not really. I think right now we just assume have the game be going and over, because it's harder, I think, to come back out of the locker room and play than keep on. And sometimes you can lose something, but I'm sure we're not going to, and I think it'll happen to them.
Roger, in your professional career, I believe this is the first serious injury that you've ever come up with.
Yeah, this is the first game I've been out all year, in fact, in 2 years.
And it had to be the big one.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, of course, you participated in the Grey Cup game last year, is that correct?
Right.
That was your first time.
Right.
And for the first time in participating in a Canadian professional final and on a winning team, I guess that was quite a thrill for you.
Very much so. It's a real first-class affair.
And your quick summation of the Hamilton Tiger Cats, now, are they doing the things that Bud Grant figured they'd be doing?
Yeah, they're pretty much patterned the way we thought they would be. They've got some, I think, not lucky. They're earned breaks. Some of these passes, we had a man there, and Henley made a good catch on one. And several other times there might have been a little mix-up in our defense. I'm not sure, but I think it's all straightened out now, and it won't happen anymore.
Okay, thanks very much, Roger. Lots of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Roger Hagberg. Has been a rise out of the crowd here for some reason. Al, do you know what they're hollering about?
I think we've got a game of touch football going on out in the field here.
Somebody lose something out there?
I don't know who's out there, Brad. I would like to bring in two people right now who've had an awful lot to do with the wonderful halftime show seen here today. Oh, hello there.
Hello.
Miss Grey Cup back with us here. And I'd also like to bring in Doug and Audrey Wells, who produced the halftime show here that you saw today. Unfortunately, we didn't see all of it because, of course, they cut the halftime down in order that they could get on with the game. Doug and Audrey, our congratulations to you on a wonderful job. It was a tremendous show.
Thank you very much. We were very, very pleased to have the honor of preparing the Grey Cup halftime show. We were very disappointed that we couldn't bring the rest of it to you, and I know that our cast, who worked so very hard for so long, were terribly disappointed. We had 800 in our cast, and we were only able to bring to you perhaps half of the show and only half of our cast. And, of course, I'm sure the others are terribly disappointed that they didn't get a chance to show you the wonderful numbers that they had prepared.
You say there were 800 in the show. How many other people outside put an awful lot of work into it, too? I bet there were plenty.
Tremendous amount of people. Our writer, who was just tremendous, Mr. Harry Hamilton, was up all night doing one of the arrangements that we didn't get a chance to bring to you. Malabars, our costumers, were up day and night finishing the hundreds of costumes. Our girls, Canada's Dancing Majorettes, were down on this field in the fog 2 or 3 nights before. We couldn't see them from up at the bleacher, but they were out there just doing everything they can, rehearsing, and I think that everyone in the cast deserves a tremendous amount of congratulations for the effort that they put in, and maybe sometime again we can bring you another halftime show.
Well, we brought these people from all over the province of Ontario to be here, and they're very representative of the people of Canada. We're keenly disappointed ourselves that our show, in all likelihood, has not gone over to the United States. We feel that we had something pretty terrific here, and it was certainly emblematic of the people of Canada. Our show, as you know, was called Canadian Festivals, and its theme was strictly Canadian, and I know our American cousins would have got a lot of interest out of seeing it in its entirety.
Doug, just exactly how many hours of rehearsal went into this show?
That's very difficult to say. We've been rehearsing for the better part of a month, some as many as 3 and 4 times a week, and we have traveled all over the province pretty well to rehearse these groups, the large marching groups in particular, in order to make this show possible. And then in order to have this fog move in on top of us and have a 23-minute show cut to 15 minutes, well, all I can say is that we're all, the staff, the cast, and myself and Audrey, keenly disappointed, but that's show business, and that's what happens.
Okay, Doug and Audrey, thank you very much for talking to us in this intermission. I'm not going to be able to talk to you right now because there's a man upstairs there who's very anxious to get back on. He's got some words of importance. This is Miss Grey Cup, a very charming young lady from Ottawa. We might get a chance to talk to her in just a few minutes, but right now, here's Johnny Esau in the press box.
Well, now we have a chap who doesn't have much to do for the next few minutes, Johnny Michaels, the line coach of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, who just happened to be in the next booth, who is here doing his spotting. John, before we talk about this game, what have you been saying to Bud Grant over the phone when you can't see what you're spotting?
What's going on down there, Bud? Who caught the ball that time? What defense were they in, or what offensive set were they in? Shall I come down?
You've seen a lot of strange things, and as you mentioned, it can only happen in a Grey Cup.
That's right. The Grey Cup is right. This is fantastic, unbelievable.
You know, I mentioned earlier in the show that the one person I did not expect to play today was Gar Warren. Bud Grant doesn't usually tell you or indicate what he might be thinking, but he did say that Warren is one guy who won't play, and this was just before the game.
Well, we worked out Thursday and Friday, of course, and Turkey couldn't even walk, let alone run, up till we left the hotel at 11:20. At 11:10, we had decided he wasn't going to play, but he would suit up and come out and run around with us. He ran around and he told us, he said, my leg hurts. He said, but I can run a little bit. And he said, it doesn't feel that bad. I can stand the pain and I want to play. And what are you going to do?
John, this has been, well, there were mixed emotions about whether or not it would be a high-scoring game or not. Do you think that the fact that it's 28-27 now in a high-scoring game is as a result of the conditions, or would it have been that kind of a game anyway?
I believe it would have been pretty close to that type of a game anyway, John. They're both high-powered teams. This is, I know, will be debated by some of my friends in the far west about our offensive club, but we were due to break open, and we have. And, of course, Hamilton has a reputation for being a high-scoring football club.
The thing that I'm interested in is what have you been doing? How have you been keying on Bobby Coons? Nobody's been able to contain him like that.
We haven't been keying on Bobby Coons. We've got a defensive line, and their job is to stop people from running through there, and they've been doing a pretty fair job, along with Burkholder and Warren.
Well, they've done a fantastic job because it looked as though, well, that the defensive power was going to come from the Hamilton line as they get to playing early in the ball game, and that tide, I believe, has turned in that department.
Well, we hope so. This kid Zuger has given us a fit down there rolling out. We haven't been able to contain him too well up until this point. I hope we can hold him for another 9 minutes and 29 seconds or whatever there is left.
Have you any? Oh, John, I see we're ready to go downstairs again. Johnny Michaels, thank you very much for coming in and talking to our television audience today. We'll go back downstairs right now with the boys.
There you go, Sidney Howley.
We have Ted Reeve with us of the Telegram. And Ted, in your many years of viewing Grey Cup games, and I'm sure you'd have a few comments to make about the situation that we have right now.
Well,
I wish they kept on playing because the boys out there can see each other. We can see about 20 yards in each direction. And they were playing a marvelously good game of football. And as long as they can see each other, what more do you want?
Well, perhaps they felt that they couldn't see each other, and they were...
They were doing pretty good for not seeing each other. This reminds me of when the Beaches won the Grey Cup. Nobody saw us either.
That was a few years ago, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
What year was it, do you remember?
1927 and 1930.
Well,
we won unbeaten, untied, and unnoticed.
Was the weather that bad then as it is now?
No, it was dandy, but there's nobody there.
Well, unfortunately...
we had the whole park to ourselves.
When they throw a pass out here, that ball disappears into the fog.
No, to be serious, I do believe they should have kept playing. Because you can see right now, right down that policeman is, or about that far, and the boys out there are playing, and it really is unfortunate that two marvelously good teams like this, and two of the best match teams that I've ever seen in the Grey Cup final. Beautiful game of football should be marred by this north of England weather, or maybe you brought in Vancouver.
Oh, no, I didn't bring it in.
But it's unfortunate, and yet I thought they should have kept going because up to now it's been a magnificent play of football.
Well, they're reaching quite a situation here, Ted. They got 9 minutes and 29 seconds left to go in the game.
Yeah.
All right, they're still waiting another few minutes before they make a decision as to whether or not they're going to continue. Surmising they shouldn't continue, they'll have to play it again tomorrow, at least the remaining portion. And then if they decide not to do that, there's been some talk that they might even go to another game next Saturday.
I'd bring them out there and let them play out there. If they had to play in darkness, let them get out there and finish it off. Never mind the ball even. Just let them get out there.
And finish the ball game.
Yes, yeah. That's the name of the game. Get out there no matter what the conditions are. You have to swim home.
Would you say, you said earlier, Ted, that these two teams are the best balanced teams to ever meet in the Grey Cup. Would you...
Been a long, long while, since about 1939 when Winnipeg came down and played Ottawa. These are the two best teams that have
Well, in the series
hook up.
that they've had since 57 with the Tiger Cats and the Bombers, would you compare that as well to those?
Yes,
You
yes.
think
Except the first year Alouettes met Edmonton. That was a great series, too. The first one when Alouettes were at their peak and the Eskimos were just reaching their peak. That made a good game. You know, it's like getting two good heavyweight champions. It's very hard to get two good heavyweight champions exactly right at the right time. And that's the way with great football teams like
Well,
these.
we could go on and talk about boxing. There's enough to talk about in that field, but we'll let it go. Thank you very much, Ted. Pleasure talking with you. Okay. Ted Reeve. Now we have a gentleman with a marshal's badge on, and perhaps you'd like to introduce yourself to our television audience.
My name, sir, is Wally Hayter. I'm the stadium manager here.
Why, what did you do about this fog here, Wally? Did you bring it in? Can you blow it out, or what's going to happen?
No, they tell me this is a stunt of the Hamiltonians to win this game for sure this year.
What about the crowd and things pertaining to the stadium that you can tell us? First of all, in your recollection, since you've been here, can you recall weather conditions affecting a sport such as this?
Never. If it was snow, we could shovel it off. Unfortunately, with the fog, we can't shovel it off.
You haven't got any big fans around or anything?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, a very funny thing. An irate citizen who was sitting home watching on television called me up and wanted to know why we didn't put four-foot fans on each end of the field and blow it away.
Wasn't there some talk earlier about some fans being brought down?
No, not that I heard.
Helicopters or something?
Helicopters, yes, but not fans.
How many people would you say we have in here today?
We have 32,588.
Are there any other interesting statistics you can point out regarding the stadium? I know the people seem to be quite placid while they're waiting. There's a few beeps here and there.
Well, that's the thing that I would like to remark on, and that is that as that number I gave you in the stands, we've only had one man who holds a $7.50 ticket has asked for a refund. And I think the fans are real football fans. They're taking it and loving it, really.
Well, actually, there's nothing much they can do about
That's right.
With 9 minutes to go, I would venture to say that the consensus would be that they would like to complete the game today.
Well, yes, I agree that there, and some of the fans have hit me, some of the people that know me personally, and they've, kind of rubbed me a little way. So I said, why don't you get up a pool and say, well, who won the game?
That would be different.
That would be different.
I think it would. Thanks very much, Wally.
Thank you very much.
Wally Hayter, the stadium manager. Now we've got another... Al, I see all the brass is all gathered together over there.
We've got a big conference going on over here right now with the commissioner, Brad, Mr. Wintermute, Mr. Gador, Harry McBride, I see over there, and also Ted Workman of the Alouettes.
I think they're just making a decision now as to whether we're going to go on with this game today or bring the folks back here at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon for 9 minutes and 29 seconds of football. It's quite a decision to have to make, but it doesn't look to me like they're going to get it in. What about you? Maybe you're more optimistic.
I'm neither optimistic or pessimistic. I'd just like to know myself, and I'm sure everybody across the country and here in the stadium would like to know as well as to what's going to happen. The problem, of course, is, Al, I would say that in all the years of Grey Cup spectacles and Grey Cup games, that they have never been faced with a problem such as this. We're going to move over. Let's walk over a bit. See if we can pick some of this up. We can thread our way through the crowd. Excuse me, sir. And we got racked up on our mic cable. Well, we got close enough to Mr. Halter to hear him say, would you mind leaving us alone for a few minutes, as everybody is gathered around, naturally wondering what's going to be happening and any decision. Did you hear what Sid said? I did.
Well, he turned around and he said, would you gentlemen please leave us alone for a few minutes, Brad? So I gather by his comments that they want privacy in their little inner sanctum over here where they're trying to discuss the fate of the 1962 Grey Cup final. And this has been quite a field day for photographers. I don't imagine so much film footage has been shot in the history of any sporting event in the world before, Brad. And I see they're marching down the field now, and I don't know what that means.
They want some privacy, Al, I believe. People were gathering around them out here in the field, and they wanted to discuss the thing, and they didn't have an opportunity. I think they wanted to discuss it where they could see it, because if they saw a little opening in this fog, perhaps they'd have gone ahead with it.
Well, it's just like Bulldog Drummond stepping out of the fog and into the night, Brad. I hear a band playing somewhere across the field, and nobody's going home. The score is 28-27, in case you looked in late. 28-27 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And the official time left in this Grey Cup game, 9 minutes and 29 seconds. And now we're going to transfer you back upstairs to the press box.
Gordy, have you recovered from last week yet?
I don't know, Stu, but I don't know if we're ever going to recover from this one here. Amazing thing, and everybody, of course, is wondering what they're going to do now.
What's the editorial going to be on Monday?
Well, I don't know. Some unkind soul remarked that the officials have been playing in a fog, or they've been in a fog all season, so this should be okay for them. I think that was unkind.
Yeah, very unkind. Gordy, you were saying something before about them taking a gamble and obviously so far losing. What was that idea of calling it off at the half?
Well, I think most of the observers up here felt this would have been the wise thing to do, simply because if they had to play part of the game on Sunday, then the fans would have had at least the 30 minutes of action. As it stands now, they have approximately 9 minutes, 39 seconds to go. I think it becomes a complete washout as far as Sunday is concerned now.
How much of the game have you been able to see from the roof? We've been a little lucky. We've had a monitor here to give us ground
Stu,
shot.
we have seen, I think, of all the touchdowns, we have seen possibly 2 and a bit of a third. This is all we've been able to see at all. I was sending running copy back to the office, and I had to stop. I just couldn't see a thing. We saw none of the play at the far end of the field. As you know, this press box is 160 yards long. We were down at one end. It was fine if the play was in that end, but we certainly couldn't see a thing at the other end. And this, of course, is ridiculous for the fans who are sitting in the 57th row up here. I'm sure they didn't see a thing.
Well, one thing about it, from what we see so far, Gord, doesn't seem to be much chance of this thing clearing up.
Well, it's far worse now than it has been. We can't possibly see the far side of it. We can't even see the goalposts, which are just at this end of the field here. I don't know how they can play, although the players have said that they can see down on the field. They said it wasn't bothering them too much as far as the actual play was concerned.
This is the thing that's hard to realize, isn't it?
And for an old Vancouver fellow, Stuke, I mean, you must be feeling pretty good about this.
I'm not saying a word, Gordy. Thanks very much for dropping around. Come on in, Jack Matheson. And I can remember some of the stuff that you wrote out of Winnipeg when they called off a game that we were playing against Regina back in '54 with 6 minutes to go, and it wasn't this bad.
You've got a pretty good memory, Stu. Yeah.
Well, you know, some of those things get burned in you.
Yeah, well, I just hope that I'm warning my editors now not to expect the usual penetrating analysis of this game, because they won't get one. In fact, I don't think there'll be one in any newspaper on Monday.
Well, we were talking to Johnny Michaels a little while ago, and for a spotter who's supposed to be relaying information down to the coach, he's been asking Bud Grant what's been going on.
That's right. He told us. He said, Bud's telling us what's going on. And so somebody in the background, Mo Simovich, I think it was, said, what else is new?
Manny,
this is terrible. It's a black day for Canadian football, I think.
This is the thing. We're just wondering what the editorials are going to be on Monday.
Oh,
the commissioner actually, when he made his decision, said we are gambling that the thing will hold off and it won't roll in. Now, the word gamble, should they have or shouldn't they have?
They're gambling the good public relations with 40 million Americans against 32,000 people who paid to see this game here today, and I think Canadian football sold its soul today to an American television network. That's not too strong, is it?
No.
This is definitely why they played it, let's face it.
Well, no, don't forget, Gordy, you've got a commitment here to the people who have come in from all over Canada for this game. Like a lot of the boys, they've got their reservations to leave tonight, given up their hotel reservations.
But they came to see the game, and they're not seeing it.
But in the meantime, what do you do with those people by trying to keep them over another 24 hours? Jack, I mean, it's one of those things I kind of feel sorry for Commissioner Sid Halder, because this is a momentous decision he had to make.
That's right.
He took the gamble, and so far it looks like he has lost.
He'd better hope that it's foggy again tomorrow, though.
Good. Thanks very much, Jack. We're going down the field now.
Hi there once again. We have got an unconfirmed report from a source with the Hamilton Tiger Cat Football Club that if this game is called today, the two clubs will wait 1 week and will then play another complete game plus the unfinished part of this game, making the Grey Cup final a 2-game total point series. Now that, as I said, is unconfirmed, but that is one report we have from a source close to the Hamilton Tiger Cat Football Club. I understand the commissioner and his party have gone to discuss the matter with the coaches of the two clubs, Jim Trimble of the Tiger Cats and Bud Grant of the Bombers, and we should have some official word of some kind on just exactly what the status of this game in the series is at any time. Only once in the history of the Grey Cup final has it been a 2-game total point series. That actually did happen once many years ago. I believe it was back in the early war years, or perhaps just before the early war years. And on that occasion, it was an all-Eastern final. I believe Ottawa and Balmy Beach were involved, but I stand to be corrected on that. And I believe the Ottawa club won the total point series. Now, I have a couple more guests here we'd like to talk to. They are both from Ottawa. Maybe they can check me whether I'm right on that or not. Ernie Kelka and Don Chevrier. Don?
Well, Al, I haven't been in Ottawa that long, and this was a long ways before my time, but I would like to point out that the 2-game total point Grey Cup series has been advocated for some years, and who knows, through the fog, we may have it come into being in 1962, and it's a bit of an accident, but who knows, it might even become a permanent fixture. The idea may become so popular in future years. At least we'll find out, perhaps, whether it's a good idea or not.
What I want to know, Ernie, is if that does happen, will they sell tickets for the second game, or will everybody get in with the stubs they had left over from this one?
That's a good question that only Commissioner Halder, I suppose, and his group can answer. But about this playoff system, too, Al, we were talking about it just before we came on here, and there's been a lot of talk this year. This has been the wackiest season in Canadian football for some reason, or for some time, and there's no reason why it shouldn't all end like this, really, after seeing the season go the way it did. But people here have been advocating following the Western system of playoffs. If we're going to have one big professional CFL, why not have Eastern playoffs the same as Western playoffs? I think that this is going to be the final thing. We're going to have to see the Western playoffs and Eastern playoffs the same, or else disband the interlocking schedule, one or the other.
I think that could come about because now there's talk of 4 teams getting in the playoff in the West, 2 total point semifinals, and then a final, or 2 sudden death semifinals and a different final.
That's right. Well, this is going to bring on something that we can be sure of, Al.
Gentlemen, thank you for talking to us, and now back upstairs to Stuke and Johnny.
Well, we have Steve Owen, the coach of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and the fellow who won the Coach of the Year award last night at the Grey Cup dinner. And Steve, this high-scoring game been a bit of a surprise to you with these two guys?
Yes, it is. I didn't know how bad Winnipeg is crippled up, but I think those boys have really come up, and I was on the field when they came out to warm up, and boy, if you ever saw a bunch of guys that were ready, they were.
Funny thing, Steve, Perry Moss was saying before the game that he couldn't understand Jim Trimble's strategy or whatever it was in coming out publicly and saying that they're going to waffle, whatever that is, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They're going to cut them off at the knees and all that sort of thing. And the way Perry put it was, he said he had everything going for him. Winnipeg's hurt. His team has lost 3 times. And the whole psychological edge was with Hamilton. And with those statements, he turned it the other way.
That's probably true. Bud probably used that to good advantage.
Steve, I wonder how much I was a kind of, when I was coaching, heck, I wasn't the least bit averse. If I thought my club was going to win, I just came out and said so. Now,
that's right. Anytime they put that thing down out there, you got to feel you're going to win it or you won't.
Of course, that's psychology, the psychological edge.
Yeah,
does it really make that much difference with these professionals?
Well, I think it does. I mean, they can get as high as kites.
I'm thinking about when you're with the New York Giants.
Yes.
Steve. Well, thanks very much. We're going down the field for a special announcement.
Well, hi once again, everybody. The word now is, according to Commissioner Halter, the 2 clubs will return here tomorrow afternoon and play the remaining 9 minutes and 29 seconds of the game. Now, apparently, Mr. Gador of Hamilton wanted to finish off this game and play another one to make it a 2-game total points, and Mr. Gador is opposed to the Commissioner's ruling. Now, that's what we can understand. Now, just a moment.
We'll be playing tomorrow afternoon, beginning at 1:30.
Well, there you have it. It comes down to finishing this game tomorrow afternoon, 9 minutes and 29 seconds, and everybody that came here today that held on to their ticket stub will be able to come back here tomorrow and see the final 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Now, I'm just wondering how many of between 30 and 35,000 people remembered to hang on to their ticket stubs so they could get back in here tomorrow. It should be very interesting come kickoff time tomorrow afternoon when they resume this game to finish it off and decide the Grey Cup winner. The score, 28-27, Winnipeg over Hamilton, with 9 minutes, 29 seconds left to be played tomorrow afternoon. Now, let's go back upstairs.
Telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from the CNE in Toronto.
The CBC and its affiliates are pleased to bring you the 1962 Grey Cup game through the courtesy of Imperial Tobacco Limited, manufacturers of Players cigarettes.
Mr. Polney, one question, sir. Have you got your ticket stubs?
Gee, I must have thrown them away like thousands of other fans out there, Steve. I wonder how they're going to get in.
We'll let you in tomorrow because I want to say right now, here and now, that all CBC television stations coast to coast will be on hand for it. And before we close out today, we'll give you the full story on exactly the time and what is going to happen. And Bernie will be back to talk with you after you find your stubs in just a few seconds.
Well, now, the word is, of course, that the game will be finished tomorrow with 9 minutes and 29 seconds remaining in the game. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers lead the Hamilton Tiger Cats by a score of 28-27. And you probably heard the announcement a little bit earlier, although we couldn't see down there in the field as to exactly what might have been going on. But at any rate, at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon, and I don't know whether they've got a later report from the weatherman or not. The earlier report was, of course, that they couldn't promise or predict anything any better tomorrow afternoon than we have here this afternoon. In other words, they attempted to compromise and either call this a game at 28-27 at this point and call it a complete game, and thus being the first half of a 2-game total point series, which would be the second time in history that a Grey Cup telecast had gone to 2 games. But nevertheless, that's the story, and we do have 1 million invitations to play the Grey Cup game in a lot of other places in Canada.
The telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto. Well, Bernie, I have to go back now to the original question of the afternoon. A long time ago, I think, I said something about the uncertainty of the weather overnight and how did the players feel. Now, you've never played in one like this. I guess nobody has. What do you think is going to happen? How are they going to react to it psychologically and physically?
Well, they've got to treat it as a different game, Steve, and a new game. They come out here tomorrow afternoon, and to realize that they're only playing 9 minutes and 29 seconds is going to be sort of hard to put into their minds, because normally when you do play a ball game, it's 60 minutes, and you want to do all that you can. I mean, you're throwing the ball, and you're kicking and everything else, but I don't know.
Well, then the big question for the coaches, Bud Grant of the Blue Bombers and Jim Trimble of the Ticats, is do we go for broke or do we play for a break? It's 28-27 Winnipeg right now.
That's it. Do we go for broke or do we play for a break? You just can't estimate what's going to happen. It's the point I was trying to bring out for a full ball game in 9 minutes and 29 seconds. I think probably they'll come out, if the weather is a little bit better today, throwing the ball and possibly trying to get at least 1 point edge.
Well, the one touchdown, if the Ticats got it, for instance, that would be a turnabout of the score of that 58 game that you were making comparisons on, 35-28.
That's right. Maybe we'll be good predictors yet, Steve.
Well, we don't know. But we do know that tomorrow afternoon, and if I heard correctly, at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time, we'll all be on hand. Right now, the Bombers lead the Ticats 28-27. Join Bernie Filoni and me, Steve Douglas, tomorrow. So long, everybody.
The CBC and its affiliated stations have brought you the CTV network production of the Grey Cup Game 1962. This is the CBC Television Network. The CBC and its affiliated stations bring you the CTV network production of the Grey Cup Game, 1962.
Hello, everybody. Steve Douglas with Bernie Filoni right here to continue the Grey Cup 62. Bernie, what are the players' reactions to what happened, the postponement, delay, and how about the injury parade concerning both clubs?
Well, Steve, I had the opportunity to talk with both players last night from each team, and they felt that they should have continued the ball game to get it over with. They felt they could see well enough to play, and they wanted to get it over with. As far as injuries are concerned, 2 ball players missing, Charlie Shepard and Tommy Grant from each club.
Hello again, everybody, across Canada. This is Johnny Esau again at the CNE Stadium in Toronto. And here we have the Winnipeg Blue Bombers and the Hamilton Tiger Cats, the two teams. You know the story yesterday. There's 9 minutes and 29 seconds remaining in this football game. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers will have 2nd and 10 on the Hamilton 54-yard line. The officials for today's game are the same as yesterday: Paul Dojak, Seymour Wilson, Bill Nairn, and Norm Maxwell. The Jim Piper and Ray Boucher, the head linesman, and the field judge. The commissioner again this morning was out at 11:30, decided they would have to continue with the game. It looked good. It looks pretty good at the moment. Although out there on Lake Ontario, there appears to be a lot of fog again. It's more of a heavy haze as we see than the kind of fog we saw yesterday. The question is, will it stay away long enough to complete this game? And since it's 28-27 for Winnipeg, should it end in a tie and the overtime be necessary, would it stay long enough to complete the 20 minutes of overtime? Those are all the things that we're wondering about right now. We look like we have at least 25,000 fans up in the stands, and yesterday only one person asked for a refund on his ticket. The situation probably will have more said about it over the years. One thing we noted about it, that we had more calls from big American newspapers and magazines wanting to rush up here to take a look at what has now been part of history. There's Jim Trimble and his Hamilton Tiger Cats. The telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto.
Bernie, in your opinion, if you were playing today and had the ball in the position Winnipeg is going to start with all situations identical, what would you, as a quarterback, likely start out with?
Well, I'd probably start out with something a little bit unusual, Steve. Probably along the lines of a screen pass or something of that nature. Had it been a foggy day, I believe that I would have come back to a quick kick and try to get that ball down deep.
Uh-huh. Put him in a hole if at all possible, and then go for the extra points. Let's go to the stadium now and see the resumption of Grey Cup 62.
Well, there you see the two teams lined up from where they're going to start. And the referee, Paul Dojak, now moves out onto the field. It is 2nd and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Hamilton 54-yard line. The referee, Paul Dojak, is placing the ball, and we're going to be underway for this 9 minutes and 29 seconds, and the 25,000 or more fans start their chant real early. It's going to be Kenny Plain for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers at quarterback, with Jerry James in the backfield, along with Latterell, Lewis, and Joe Williams. And here we go. It's a 2nd and 10 situation. And we have the backs in motion. Kenny Plain is rolling out to his right. There's a flag in the play. Plain is stopped on the 54-yard line. Hamilton is offside. Vince Scott came in to make the tackle, and the Hamilton Tiger Cats were offside on the play as Plain came out on a rollout. It looked like he was going to be throwing to Leo Lewis. The big middle opened up, and just as he was debating whether to run or throw when he saw that space, he decided to stay in there and throw, and he was hit by Scott. It'll be 2nd down over again, but with 5 yards to go now for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Hamilton Tiger Cat 49-yard line. Kenny Plain goes out, and coming in will be number 12, Hal Ledyard, for the Blue Bombers. And there's the defensive setup for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. 2nd down and 5. Lewis split out wide to the right. Funston wide to the left. Plain throwing to Funston. Funston trying to get away from the first man, is dropped on the 45-yard line. And it was Hal Patterson, number 7, who pulled him down after hitting him on the 46. He rolls to the 45. Sam Fernandez, 25, from Miami, came over to make the tackle, and it'll now be 3rd down and 1 yard to go. And Coach Bud Grant, winner of the last 3 Grey Cups, he has participated in it, all against Jim Trimble, and both formerly from the Eagles, are going to come out in punt formation with Jack Delvaux, former Illinois Star, now in there on the 52-yard line, the Winnipeg 52 to boot. It's 3rd down and 1 to go. And back to receive is Don Southern and Garney Henley. There's the boot by Delvaux. Got a bit of a wobble on it. Southern on his own 10-yard line. Cuts to his right and is dropped on the 12-yard line. And moving in there quickly to get him was number 10, Farrell Funston, along with 71, Frank Rigney. 35-yard punt and a 3-yard return, and it'll be 1st and 10 for the Cats at that point. 28-27 is the score for Winnipeg. 8 minutes, 27 seconds remaining. Now, Frank Cosentino, number 11, a 3rd-year man from Western Ontario, is the quarterback, as Joe Zuger, the Arizona Star, suffered an injury to the ankle in yesterday's game. Caleb, 30, and Easterly, 20, flank out to the left. And back and rolling to his left now is Cosentino. He is going to take off with it to the 15, the 20, into the 25, the 30, keeps going to the 32, and he's hit by Kenny Plain, the Winnipeg safety man, along with number 14, Dick Thornton. How about that for a starter here, Stuke?
Well, that was a switch. This kid Cosentino caught them cold on that. They know Winnipeg know him as a passer. I don't think they've ever seen him run too much. And on this one, Johnny, he took off like Bernie Poloni, Kenny Plain, any of those good runners. He really turned on a burst of speed there. I knew that Frank could move. I didn't know he had that turn. Kenny Plain hadn't come over to make that tackle. He was going to go a lot farther.
It'll be 1st and 10 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 32, and we're having changes already. Neil Thomas from Hillsdale College comes in to replace Roger Savoy, a defensive left tackle. Sherwin Thorson comes in to replace Garland Warren as the linebacker. Dick Easterly comes out of the game for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. No, he comes out as a flanker wide on the left side. Caleb is the slot back, and the handoff is to Garney Henley. On to the right side to the 35, is hit by Dick Thornton and driven out on the 37-yard line. And that is a gain of 5 yards. It'll be second down and 5 to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. The score is 28-27 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers over Hamilton. And we have 7 minutes, 36 seconds remaining. And here we go with the offensive setup for the Hamilton Tiger Cats with Beatty and Decker as the ends. Nagurski and DeNoble the tackles. And flank again is Caleb out to the left, Easterly to the left. Kuntz the fullback in tight, and here is Cosentino on the right side. And it is good to Hal Patterson. He steps out on the 45-yard line. That is a gain of very close to 10 yards and a first down. Hal Patterson, the former Kansas star, playing in his 9th year of Canadian professional football, gets the Hamilton Tiger Cats a first down. 28-27 for Winnipeg. And looks like it could be heading for one of those situations where that punt is going to be returned out of the end zone, and probably more than once. Cosentino, number 11, the quarterback, bumps into his fullback, Bobby Kuntz, and Kuntz dives into the 48-yard line, hit there by Roger Hamlin, defensive right tackle, a rookie with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and Jack Delvo, 23, a defensive right end. Second down and 6 yards to go for the Hamilton Tiger Cats, just on their own 49-yard line. 40 degrees is the temperature here in Toronto. There's a look at the offensive unit as they break with 23, Bobby Kuntz. Behind number 11, his quarterback, Frank Cosentino. Same spread formation, then they reverse to the right with Cosentino rolling out to the 45, throwing intended for Patterson, and it's no good. Hal Patterson being covered by Dick Thornton, number 14. The telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto. Well, it's developing into what we thought we were going to see all day yesterday. It was, except that you couldn't see it all. Joe Zuger, top punter in U.S. college football last year from Arizona, rookie with the Cats, back in the 35, almost blocked by Delvo. Moving under it is Ron Latterell. It takes a bounce to the right along the 30-yard line. He jumps on it on the 30. There's a no-yards penalty, 15 yards for no yards against the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And that'll move the ball upfield 15 yards for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers as Ron Latterell followed that ball along the 30, and it was a 30-yard punt. And the ball will now be first and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Winnipeg 46-yard line. Winnipeg led 21-19 at the half and 28-27 at three-quarter time. And that's what it is right now. 5 minutes, 51 seconds remaining in the ball game. Winnipeg leading 28-27. Leo Lewis, number 29, flanks out to the left. Kenny Plain, number 11, is the quarterback. And the former Iowa star pitches to Jerry James into the 50, and he's hit hard and driven back to the 49-yard line. Don Southern, number 22, along with Sam Fernandez, 25, both in there to greet Jerry James. Fernandez, number 25, started out with Montreal this year. Former Miami star, has been the defensive kingpin from the secondary for the Cats this season. Second down and 7 to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the Winnipeg 49-yard line. They split the left Ev Funson. The right end Pitts is split off 3 yards. Latterell wide to the right, and Lewis pitches on the left side back into the slips and falls on the 44-yard line. Gets up and goes, and big Bob Minahane, the Boston Kid, comes in to drive him back, and that'll make it now a third down situation with long yardage, at least 14 yards. Back to the 43-yard line. That Hamilton line is charging Stoop like they started off in the first quarter yesterday.
That's what it looked like. I thought these fellas would be stiffened up after that night's sleep. They're showing not too many signs of it, the way they're pouring in on each other right now.
It is third down and 14 to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on their own 43-yard line. Delvo punting from the 30. And the boot is good and high. Under it is Garney Henley on the 32. and hit there by Cornell Piper, the defensive tackle, and driven down on the 30. The telecast of this Grey Cup game is coming to you from Toronto. "35-yard boot, and the Cats have a first down. They're trying to hit for the long one here to get down into single-point range. Henley pulls out in motion to the right along with Kuntz. Cosentino rolls out there behind the blocking of Curtin. The pass is good to Henley. Henley on the 35 into the 40 and driven out by Dick Taunton on the 41-yard line. And that's very close to a first down, within a half a yard of the first. Johnny Henley, Port Huron College, formerly a brief stay up there with the Green Bay Packers, now in his third year with the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And he's been a sensation this year, scored 12 touchdowns, has played two-way football, one of the very few to go two ways as long as he has. Al Patterson split off to the left. Henley goes in motion left. Rolling out to his left is Cosentino, takes off to the 45, back into the 50, hit there by Henry Jansen and dropped on the 55-yard line. Johnny Henley forgot that he could block there, and he stepped out of the way for fear he'd be called. And as a result, it made Cosentino's run even that much better. He did it alone.
I think if he'd have wakened up on that, Johnny, that was the last man there. Cosentino had the whole sideline for another 20, 25 yards on the play.
14 yards was the length of the gain. It's 1st and 10 for the Tiger Cats on the midfield stripe. Now the motion is out to the right. Everybody is in motion, and they hand off to Bobby Kuntz, who's met right at the line of scrimmage. No gain. Bobby Kuntz hit by Herb Gray, a defensive left end. He was the second top rusher in the Eastern Conference, but they've had his number in this one.
On this, I noticed what Winnipeg are doing different from Alouettes. This play worked very well against the Alouettes, who sort of shifted with the flow. But on this one, that Winnipeg line is staying put, and they're just not leaving any holes at all.
Ralph Golston goes in to the offensive backfield. Caleb split wide to the right. Henley to the left. They're going to be throwing out here to Patterson. No good. And Hal Patterson is calling for defensive interference on Norm Rawhouse, but the official rules it off, of course, because the ball was well out of range. 3 minutes, 5 seconds remaining in the ball game. It's 28-27 for Winnipeg.
And the guy that gets credit in following that play up is Jack Delvo, number 23. He made Cosentino get rid of that ball long before either he or Patterson were ready on that one.
3 minutes, 4 seconds now remaining in the ball game. Winnipeg leading 28-27. Joe Zuger will be booting from the Hamilton 40-yard line. Latterell and Jansen are back to receive on the Winnipeg 10. Here is Joe Zuger. He's going to be faking off it, going to be throwing off it. It's good to Dick Easterly, and he dropped the ball. He picks it up and he starts to go, but it'll be a dead ball at that point, incomplete, and Hamilton will lose possession. The big gamble by the Hamilton Tiger Cats has backfired, and now the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have a first down at the midfield stripe, and they'll second-guess that one for a while.
Oh, a bad drop by Easterly on that one. He had 5 blockers ahead of him, and the Winnipeg club spread out all over. He was going to go a long way. Beautiful call there, but just one bad execution.
Well, now it's 28-27 with 2 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. And Hamilton, who had to gamble, they were desperate, had to get down within, say, the 40-yard line to go for a single. Now Winnipeg can kill it out. They're 1st and 10 on the midfield stripe. And Kenny Plain takes full time, handing off to Ron Latterell, who fights into the Hamilton 53-yard line for a gain of close to 2. And Bob Minahane made the tackle. Bob Minahane, who had his problems during the year, in the last half as a defensive right tackle, this former Boston kid, a sophomore, has been outstanding for the Cats. 2nd down and 8 to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And they're taking the full time in each huddle. There's 1:52 remaining. Williams is out to the right with Latterell, number 22 and 31. James, the fullback, in tight. The handoff to Leolus, trying to turn the corner. Hit by Dick Easterly and dropped on the 52-yard line. So now it is 3rd down. And there's at least 7 yards to go as they unpile them down there. And we have 1:39 remaining. Winnipeg leading 28-27. We'll have Gotti Henley and Don Southern back. 3rd down and 7 to go for the Bombers on the Hamilton 52. Again, you see the Blue Bombers taking full time before they come out of there. Delvo will kick from the Winnipeg 45-yard line. Sutherland and Henley back on the Hamilton 15. Good snap and the boot. And this comes down to Don Sutherland on the 15-yard line. He cuts back to his left, looking for a block. Hit there by Ernie Pitts and dropped on the 17-yard line. So we have 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining in the ball game. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Hamilton 17. Now let's take a look at what kind of an umbrella defense Bud Grant will send in here, knowing the law of averages, knowing it'll have to be a long one. Cosentino will go in to quarterback that Hamilton club, and there you see them. Bronco Nagurski, number 60, at tackle. They're split out wide. Patterson goes to the right. He's been their key man. And they're throwing on the right side here to Garney Henley, trying to get away from Nick Miller, cutting back in with a block. He's hit there from behind by Sherwin Thorson, dropped on the 24-yard line. 56 seconds remaining in the ball game. And Thorson, the big star from Iowa, goes in there to make a key tackle for the Hamilton, at least for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, on the Hamilton Tiger Cat receiver. 45 seconds remaining as the clock is stopped. And now the Bombers have too many men on the field. They get Leo Lewis out of there just in time. Caleb in tight. And Frank Cosentino rolling right. Chase has to stop. He's throwing a long one to Patterson, and it is, he got it! A sensational catch. Patterson on the 46-yard line. Hal Patterson made a sensational catch, beating Dick Thornton on the play. And now the Cats are right back alive, and we have an injury. 28 seconds remaining in the ball game. It's 28-27 for Winnipeg. 39 yards was the length. We have another player injured away down back on the 24-yard line. A Hamilton Tiger Cat player injured back on the Hamilton 24 that suddenly they just spot him back there. Dick Easterly is also shaken up, and he comes off the field. And it is Hardeman Curitan for the Tiger Cats, who is now hobbling back to the huddle. And the play is stopped, and a player, because of a player's injury, he has to leave. But in this case, 2 of them were hurt, and therefore only 1 has to leave. 28 seconds remaining. It's 1st and 10 for the Hamilton Tiger Cats on the Winnipeg 47-yard line. And 30,000 fans, it looks like now, are all standing up here at the CNE, heading for a typical Grey Cup finish. 28-27 Winnipeg. 28 seconds remaining. 1st and 10 Hamilton on the Winnipeg 47-yard line. Flankers with Golston and Caleb wide to the left. Cosentino going back to throw, looking to that long sideline to Garney Henley, and it is no good. He could not touch it as it was in to touch anyway. Covered by Kenny Plain. There's now 14 seconds remaining in the ball game, and the clock stops because it was a pass play incomplete. Are they going to try a long field goal? Are they going to try to boot a single? Are they going to gamble that they can get another play plus a single-point attempt with only 14 seconds to go? Winnipeg has Kenny Plain and Henry Jansen back. Joe Zuger is on the Hamilton 50-yard line. He would need 60 yards to get to the goal line if he isn't going to fake. He's kicking for a single point. It bounces down on the 10-yard line, rolls back to Kenny Plain, and he is hit on the 2-yard line. There's a no-yards penalty. No yards against the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and there's no time left on the clock, but the gun has not sounded. The gun has not sounded to end the ball game. Although the clock shows no time remaining, the 1-minute flag is being waved, and it seems to me this game is over, but there's no gun. We should get an answer here in a moment. There's the gun. It's all over. And the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have defeated the Hamilton Tiger Cats by a score of 28-27, and there's a fight on the field, but it's only for the football, and Farrell Funston comes up with it. And the 1962 Grey Cup Classic is finally over. The Hamilton Tiger Cats coming on surge, trying to get within single-point range to gain at least a tie, but they fell short of the mark.
Yep. Well, this is one they're going to be talking about for a long time. The ifs, ands, or maybe, which bring in some of them from yesterday, whether they should have gone for a tying single to make it 28-28 instead of a 45-yard field goal. There's Bud Grant and Jim Trimble, a happy Bud Grant, Ralph Goldston shaking hands with Grant, and a kind of disappointed Jim Trimble, the man who said he would waffle the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. You can't take anything away from the Bombers. There's no two ways about it. They were hurt. They went into this game hurting, and they went in today badly crippled. I don't know how fellas like Gar Warden, Herbie Gray, Roger Savoy, and some of the other ones ever got out of bed this morning, let alone get out, put on uniforms, and put on the tremendous exhibition that they did. They're going to wonder again about that third down gamble where Easterly dropped the ball on this screenplay. They're going to wonder whether they should have kicked there. They would have had the ball deep in the Winnipeg zone. Maybe a mistake there would have given them a chance for the tying single. A lot of things to talk about in this one, but the one thing that they can't take away is a great win by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, a team that had no business winning over this powerful Hamilton Tiger Cat team, except that Winnipeg Blue Bombers didn't realize it, and being the great football team that they are, went ahead, beat their injuries, and beat their opponents, and were the champions in 1962.
Well, that's Steve Patrick, number 63, and 53, Herb Gray, the co-captains of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. There's talk that Gray is going to retire this year. He's had 7 fantastic years at defensive end for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Steve Patrick is a middle guard. He's been in that spot for 12 years now, and 2 of the key men in the victory for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, who have now won their 7th Grey Cup and their 4th in a row over the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Well, we're going to be going to the dressing room in a moment or two to hear from some of the players and coaches. And just while we're waiting for the final statistical total here, let's get a word here from our spotter, Hal Walker. Hal?
Well, John, that was a tremendous wind-up to a 2-game Grey Cup series, the first we've ever had. And as Stuke was saying, you have to give this Winnipeg team a tremendous amount of credit. There's going to be a lot of talk about strategy in this ball game, but as it develops, Winnipeg is ahead. They held on to that 1-point margin with some great defensive plays, and they are worthy champions, Johnny. Can't take anything away from them.
To show you the closeness of the game, these two teams wound up with statistically this total. Winnipeg had 21 first downs. Hamilton had 21 first downs. Winnipeg had 96 yards rushing. Hamilton had 239. Winnipeg completed 19 out of 30 passes for 270 yards. Hamilton had 12 out of 30 completions for 251 yards. There was only 1 interception. Winnipeg took 4 penalties for 35 yards. Hamilton took 9 penalties for 105 yards, including 2 no-yards penalties in this part of the game, which proved to be very costly. Winnipeg fumbled once and recovered 1. Hamilton fumbled 2 and recovered 2. Winnipeg punted 12 times with an average of 41.1, with Delvaux and Shepard doing the punting, and Hamilton with 9 punts, and Joe Zuger hitting them all, averaged 43.5. Now, there were no field goals attempted by Winnipeg. Hamilton attempted 2. 1 went for a single point. And now we're ready to go down to the dressing room with Al Shaver and Brad Keene, and here's some of the boys down there.
Hi, everybody. Down below the stands now for the official presentation of the Grey Cup to the champion Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And it's my pleasure at this time to introduce the commissioner of the Canadian Football League, Mr. Sidney Halder, who will do the honors, sir.
Boys, co-captains of the Winnipeg Club, I'm very pleased to present to you this historic Grey Cup trophy that's emblematic of the Canadian Championship, professional football. Herb, I think this is about the 4th time I've been privileged to present it to you.
Yes, sir.
Good luck and congratulations in your splendid victory.
Thank you very much, Mr. Halder.
And to you, Kenny.
Thank you, Mr. Halder.
And to you, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Halder.
And to you, Coach.
Thank you.
We have with us, of course, Coach Bud Grant and the captains of the Winnipeg Club, Kenny Plain, Herbie Gray, and Steve Patrick. Steve, how do you feel about this one? This is really old stuff for you fellas, winning the Grey Cup.
I feel real great. It's the confidence that people gave to us, and the honor they complimented upon us by sending those telegrams and wanting us to win so bad. And I think we did everything and tried real hard and came through. Thank you very much.
Steve, how long you been playing now?
This is the end of my 11th season.
The 11th season? That must be close to an all-time record. How many Grey Cup finals for you?
I think this is the 6th one and the 4th
successful one.
Which one has given you your greatest thrill, or has there been any difference?
Well, gosh, I would say this one is. It's certainly the greatest one that I would like to remember.
Well, no doubt it's the one you always will remember, having to come back for a second day, eh?
That's right.
Herbie, there's been a lot of talk going around that you might be thinking about retiring. Is that true or isn't it?
Well, I don't know. In my mind, I think I may want to retire, but like I say, it seemed like a lot of fellows wanted to retire before, but when it gets around to June, they say you get that old itchy feeling again, and I guess it's all like a man when he travels, so it's great to be holding this again, so maybe I'll give it another try.
Well, I think probably the boys have got some bubbly down the dressing room they want to put in this and sample it. Is that right?
I imagine they were waiting for us.
Okay, we'll let you take off. I do want to bring Kenny Plate in here for a moment, though, the tremendous quarterback of the Bombers, a fellow who last year was chosen as the star of the Grey Cup final. This year, Kenny, you had another great game, and I believe you put in more time on the playing field today than you ever have in a Grey Cup final before, going both ways. Is that true?
Well, I think I put in more time. I didn't go the entire game both ways, but a good portion of it, and believe me, I can feel it.
Al, this is his third game as a two-way ball player. He did it in 58, 59, and 61.
Seemed to me, though, he was in there a little more today for some reason or other.
A little bit bigger.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Kenny, what about the win this year as compared with the previous Grey Cup championships?
Well, it always gives you a great thrill to win. I think last year was probably my biggest thrill as far as a victory went, but I don't think any of the victories we've ever had has been a more gratifying victory than we were this year. I think I'm really proud to be a part of this team. I think they played tremendous ball under the circumstances and the way things were going. I'm really gratified to be able to win and be a part of this team this year.
Thank you very much, Kenny. I know you're anxious to get back with the fellas. Best of luck to you. Now I'd like to call in Bud Grant here, the coach of the Grey Cup champion Blue Bombers. Bud, you started coaching the Bombers in 1957, and in 6 seasons you've got 4 Grey Cups to show for it. That's a tremendous tribute to you yourself.
Well, I think most of the credit goes to the ball players, and I think you can see the reason why out there yesterday and today.
Well, Bud, your club went into this one as very big underdogs, but they came up with what I thought was one of the greatest displays of football I've ever seen a Bomber club come up with before.
Yes, and it's almost indefinable, even to somebody like myself that's so close to the team, to actually see the emotion that runs through this ball club and how much they can do with emotion. They can come out of that dressing room and you think it was a 7th grade team playing because there are tears in their eyes and their cheeks are wet, and this takes care of a lot of injuries that they had. The emotion takes over, and as old Fritzie Hansen sent us a telegram today, I think it was very appropriate, and it said your injuries are a long way from your heart, and that has a lot to do with it.
Bud, do you feel that the the setback in the game had any bearing on either club at all? I mean, would it affect the club mentally, physically, or would it have any effect?
I think it did. I don't think it was apparent, but I think had we had to play another game longer than we did, I think it would become very apparent. We lost 2 boys in the first play. Garland Warren and Roger Savoy both re-injured old injuries on the first play of the game defensively and had to come out.
I don't want to hog this microphone here because my buddy from Vancouver, Brad Keene, is standing over here. And Brad, I'd like to bring you in here and let you do some of the talking, too, if you would.
Thank you very much. Don't go away, Bud. I'd like to have another word with you. And Pierre Pearl of the French Network would like to talk with Roger Savoy while we're here. So, Pierre, you take over, will you?
Thank you very much, Brad. First of all, bonjour, Roger.
Bonjour.
I'd like to congratulate you on what you did today, mais j'aimerais savoir, Monsieur Savoy, d'abord, vous qui portez un nom français, vous parlez certainement le français là-bas.
Oui, je suis né à Saint-Boniface. C'est une ville d'environ 45 000 personnes.
Il y a combien d'années, Roger, que vous jouez avec le club?
Ma 2e année.
2e année.
Oui.
Et le club de cette année qui a remporté la Coupe Grey, est-ce que c'est l'une des plus belles victoires? Parce que c'est certainement l'une des plus longues.
C'est une des plus belles parce que je crois que tout le monde nous avait quasiment oubliés parce que on était pas mal blessés. Mais
oui, hein?
les joueurs sont c'est tous des joueurs qui ont beaucoup d'esprit.
Vous aviez Charlie Shepard qui était blessé, qui n'a pu jouer cet après-midi. Gordy Rowland qui n'a pu jouer.
Il y a beaucoup de joueurs qui ont joué qui étaient pas mal blessés.
Et Roger Savoy, dites-moi une chose. Est-ce que le fait d'avoir joué en 2 jours comme ça, de revenir sur le terrain aujourd'hui, est-ce que ça a affecté les joueurs de Bud Grant?
Ben, je crois que ça nous a fait plus de dommages que ça a fait Hamilton parce que nous sommes plus blessés que Hamilton. Je crois que ça nous a aidé. Nous Ça va forcer pas mal se lever un matin.
Ça va être très agréable de retourner cependant à Winnipeg avec la Coupe Grey en poche, n'est-ce
J'ai
pas?
pas mal hâte.
Mais ça commence à être une habitude avec les Blue Bombers de Winnipeg. de la part
J'espère que c'est une habitude qui va durer une grande souffrance encore.
Eh bien, merci infiniment. Roger Savoie, encore une fois, toutes mes félicitations de la part de tous les téléspectateurs et les spectateurs de langue française et aussi les amateurs de football.
Merci.
Bonne chance.
Merci.
Now, I'd like to turn you over to Brad Keane. Brad, I think Roger just about said everything in French. I don't know what you're going to say in English, except maybe with Trimble and Bud Grant. Well,
Okay.
good luck to you, Brad.
Thank you, Pierre. Jim Trimble and Bud Grant, we'd like to get both you gentlemen in here together. It's a magnificent effort. You fellows are getting used to playing against each other, and I'm sure you exchanged comments out on the field immediately following the game. But, Jim, I'd like to hear perhaps, if our audience could, a repetition of what went out on the field between you and Bud.
Well, I hate to be repetitious or to ape you, but it was a magnificent, that's the only word for it, it was a magnificent effort by the Winnipeg team because we played very well. We played very well indeed, and I congratulated Bud. We thought this could be our year because of the physical condition. We were a little bit wordy in our preparation. We thought it was necessary for those young quarterbacks to think that this Winnipeg team really isn't superhuman after all, and we can waffle them. But by golly, they proved to be near that. They proved to be an extraordinarily good team. Great effort. I have no explanation. They just, we thought possibly we could manhandle them physically. This would be the best method, but they did it to us. They're a great football team. I congratulated Bud, and I'm very proud of them, although this is getting to be, I'm getting to wonder whether we can beat them.
Bud, what have you got to say in return?
Well, Brad,
A lot of your boys are injured, I know, and they were pretty badly as you're going into the game.
yes, and I think the feeling prevailed that this, and I think one of the reasons that they could come up with an effort because they felt this was beyond a doubt the best Hamilton team that they've faced in the last 6 years or they have seen. It's a young Hamilton team that's going to be even better in the years to come, and if we're ever going to get back here, I'm sure it'll be Hamilton once again. They're just a great football team, and this helped us more than anything else when they realized what the job that they had to do.
Okay, gentlemen, thanks, and congratulations to both of you once again. Bud Grant and Jim Trimble. Now we've got a lot of ball players in the area. We have Frank Cosentino and Garney Henley here, two fellows who came up with magnificent efforts. And Al Shaver, you want to come in here and talk to these boys from Hamilton?
Fine, you bet I do. It's a real pleasure to talk to two of the real stars of the 1962 Grey Cup game. Quarterback Frank Cosentino and Garney Henley, who played a tremendous game going both ways today. Garney, this has been old hat for you all year. You've been going both offensively and defensively. Any preference at all?
No, not really. I enjoy playing defense as well as offense, and I've been saying this all year. People are probably getting tired of me saying that, but actually, I enjoy defense as well as I do offense.
Garney, I think you were responsible for what was possibly the most electrifying play and the most exciting play in the entire game over the course of 2 days, and that was the first Hamilton touchdown, that long run you made. Was it 74 yards altogether?
I'm not certain of the yardage, but it was in that vicinity someplace, yes.
Frank, you are a Canadian quarterback, and today you came in because of an injury to your teammate Joe Zuger. Just how badly is Joe? We noticed he came in for the kicking, but it's an ankle, isn't it?
I think Joe sprained his ankle, and over the course of the night it stiffened up on him, and they had to freeze it for him to allow him to do any punting at all, and he did well under that handicap.
With Frank, with only 9 minutes and 29 seconds to play today, and you coming in to do the quarterbacking for the Hamilton club, just exactly what was the set strategy? Anything in particular that you were out to do? Were you working for 1 point, or were you trying to concentrate on getting enough to win the game here and without extra time?
Well, Al, we were going most certainly to win the ball game, but we would have settled for a tie or a field goal, anything, just to get down there close enough to boot the ball or to score the winning points.
Garney, what are your plans for the future? What are you going to be doing in the off season now until another football year rolls around?
Well, I think I'm going back to the States this year and start preparing for my master's. That's my plans right at the present time.
Where is that?
In South Dakota, but I'll be going to school in Colorado, I believe.
Well, fellas, you both played a wonderful football game today. It was a real heartbreaker to lose by 1 point, just one little misconvert, and that's the difference. But it was a great ball game, and our congratulations to both of you. You've got a real fine football club, and I know all the folks back in Hamilton are awful proud of their Tiger Cats. Thank you. Brad, come on in here and give us some more ball players.
Okay, Al. We have two opposing linemen although they really don't have occasion to meet each other. I'm going to look like a little guy all of a sudden again. It's Frank Rigney on my left and Hardeman Curtin on my right. Both perennial all-stars, and that was a tremendous football game out there this afternoon.
Really enjoyed it.
How about your feelings as a player with this unusual delay in the game? In other words, continuing it on this afternoon. How did you feel about it? Did it make much difference to you?
Well, actually, I felt we would like to play the game yesterday, or play it today, or play it tomorrow night, just play the ball game. I would like to have seen it for the fans' point of view, to see a two-game total points maybe, or play another half or something so more people could get out and enjoy the finish of the game.
Okay, Hardy. Well, thank you. You played a magnificent game, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Frank Rigney now, who normally wears 67, he's got 71 on. Maybe you'd like to explain what was going on with this number business.
Well, actually, it was just a difference in formations, Brad. As you know, Hamilton was using his formation with the unbalanced line and actually a tackle eligible, so we put the formation in. We didn't actually use it that much, but we put it in just to see what their defense is, how they would react.
Frank, how many years have you been a Bomber now?
5 years, Brad.
And out of those 5 years, a few Grey Cups.
4 Grey Cups.
That's a wonderful effort, and I'm sure that you're planning on sticking around Winnipeg for a while.
I certainly am, but this is certainly the most satisfying Grey Cup we ever had because we really had to go out and get them.
This is one of the few times you've come in as an underdog, I believe, since '57. Is that correct?
Well, anytime we played down east, the betting money actually was on the east, but I think this is the first time we've ever really been a true underdog.
Okay, Frank, and congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we'll switch you over to Johnny Esau. John?
Thank you very much, Brad. And he's starting to quiet down a little bit here at the CNE as the 62 Grey Cup becomes history. My running mate here, Pierre Preux, who we had the pleasure of working together for the complete French and English. Pierre, I don't think we're going to forget this one for a long time.
Not for 2 days, anyways. It's been most probably the longest game in the history of the Grey Cup. It used to be a two-game total point series, but this was certainly not planned in advance.
We would like to take this opportunity to thank those many, many hundreds and thousands of people, particularly those right here who helped with these conditions and with the conditions that you're now so well aware of, and particularly the two networks, CTV and the CBC, who were able to bring this telecast to people right across Canada, both in French and in English.
Et Johnny, je voudrais à mon tour remercier tous ceux qui, de près ou de loin, ont collaboré au succès de cette joute en 2 journées complètes ici à Toronto. Merci infiniment à tous et surtout de votre courtoise attention.
So as the 1962 goes into the record books, and it'll probably need just a little more space to record all the activities, the records and the incidents, and probably there'll be some asterisks along with some of these records so that for those who see it in years to come looking back upon it, will look under and see the notations which said fog, and we'll probably remember that for a long, long time. The champions, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, 28-27 over the Eastern champions, the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And I think after what happened in 62, you can expect that 63 will even be bigger, better, more like...
Before I ask Bernie Filoni for a final comment, I want to remind you NFL fans that the Rams-Packers game will be coming your way very shortly. Now, Mr. Filoni, what do you have to say?
Well, I think, Steve, this is one of the finest Grey Cup games that's ever been played. Too bad that it had to be in a 2-day situation. I felt that when Hamilton came out in this 9 minutes that they were going to win. They certainly moved the ball well. Frank Cosentino was doing a terrific job in his rollout situations, and when he was running and throwing the ball, I thought perhaps maybe we could move in for that possible 1 point for a tie. However, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers tightened up, played great defensive ball, and as a whole, I think that this was one of the greatest Grey Cup games that has ever been played, and it's just a shame that the fans didn't get a chance to see it all.
Well, that's true, Bernie. As a quarterback, I'm sure you appreciate how Frank felt today, sitting in all of a sudden for Joe Zuger, who was sitting in for you, so to speak. That's a tough spot to put a young quarterback in.
Yes, it is. It's a tough spot, but Frank is used to this type of a situation and normally does a fine job, and he did a terrific job today. I thought maybe perhaps he almost pulled it out for us.
He came very close to it, Bernie. I know it was kind of tough for you to sit here and watch it and see your Hamilton Ball Club down. We want to say the best of luck to you. Heal that injured knee of yours 100% and come back to us in football. Steve Douglas for Bernie Filoni, the Grey Cup. Winnipeg wins it. So long, everybody.